Radiant structures are fortified.
May I cut in? I face my fate.
Damn you! Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tonight.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
kaalaman.
Radiant reserve time.
Percent of the people to finish 16th place because we just figure SCA region is pretty weak. You know, eventually somebody has to get last place at the tournament, and like they have, like you said, the most standing with the best, and they just need to make.
Evil geniuses turn to pick.
Winter Wyvern.
Radiant team ban.
Winter Wyvern.
Remaining. Evil geniuses turn to ban.
I mean, it's an amazing hero in this situation right here because it blocks out all the physical DPS coming out from Witch Doctor ulti, coming out from Slaughter. They amplify, and it gives you, that's what they call an embrace turnaround. And then you have the other turnaround play coming with the Winter's Curse, where you can just, you know, make somebody, all of them attack them. That could give whoever's handling the Doom, whether that's going to be Fear or Boba in this situation, good time to duel. I like the way that they can set up and engage in team fights. So they have a lot of disengage and engage. That's why they're looking very scary right now. But Mineski, they have a lot to play around with this lineup, and they have a lot of sustain. They have a lot of initiation. Now they just need to round it up.
Ten seconds remaining. Evil geniuses turn to ban. Radiant team pick.
Yep.
Evil geniuses turn to pick.
Yep. Now, I'm not going to predict that there's going to be a Zeus picked in this game, but it was picked around me, and it is starting to rain cats and dogs around here. And if my electricity manages to go out, I might not be back. Just a forewarning, if I die, Durka killed me, everyone, and report it. Report it to the authorities. Oh, Abaddon, this is the perfect game for it. Oh my goodness, Durka.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
It's very scary to not know the situation because I've seen Bulba play it, we've seen BBD play it. In most likelihood, this looks like an offlane Bulba Abaddon, a Doom support, or they could just run Doom Abaddon offlane and Winter Wyvern plus another strong support, which is this is because you can get rid of the Amplify, you can get rid of the Batrider Lasso, you can just constantly wail on the Dragon Knight because he's just like that beefcake. Touch me, come hit me, and then you get all his stats. So I want to pick up their other mid lane first and see what Mineski are going to go for their carry, or actually, yeah, should be Slaughter safe lane, Batrider off lane, or they could just do vice versa. But it looks like all the cards on the table for Mineski, so They can still go their carry right now for EG, but what other carries or mid lanes are we looking for here?
Evil
I
geniuses.
think are going to are super tanky, and Mineski,
Reserve
they have to
time.
find a way to burst them. I think the best hero for Mineski left is probably Lion, in a sense where, or
10
even
seconds
AA, but
remaining.
AA was banned earlier, so you don't have that to work with. Now you need something that
5
has burst
seconds
damage. That
remaining.
finger can always help out. Even Alina isn't that bad, and you need something to help magic burst damage through the cold embrace, through all of this physical armor with the spin, and you know Doom is just going to get a lot of armor items too. So is Abaddon. They're going to get Vlads. They're going to get Mech, and you just have to find ways to burst them down now.
Evil geniuses turn to pick. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
And if they pick Enigma now, they're just going to win every single lane for EG. So you can't even go back for something greedy. You just need a stock standard support. Right now, EG's lineup is looking very scary, Gareth. I'm trying to figure out what Mineski can really do to round it out to save them. And this Razor's just going to dominate the mid lane on the Dragon Knight. The only lane I feel like they can even kill is the Razor in this situation. And the Witch Doctor might have to be forced into that early Maledict. They might need Slardar to rotate. Batrider even, and once it becomes the mid game, it's going to have to heavily rely on pickoffs around the map for Mineski to take these engagements. They just have to constantly pick EG apart around the map, else they're not going to win this game. So Mineski, as we talked about, Lion seems like their best option. Nothing else is really striking me. I mean, potentially you could get Wisp. I don't think Mineski plays Wisp. This is a great game for it, because it adds more potential to gank around the map, and you can relocate out people who are doomed, but I just don't think Mineski play that hero.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Imba spirit.
Yep.
Open mic is on now, so all you guys in Dota TV can now hear me, hopefully.
No.
I've got that all sorted out.
We liked it better
So
when we could just hear me, man.
Yeah, maybe so, maybe so. Ryu talking to himself sounds like,
that's just weird.
I mean, it's pretty broke back just you talking to yourself. I don't think anyone would really prefer that over both of us idiots talking, but nevertheless, you can hear both of us now. EG are actually picking up all their heroes, and Mineski, Jules, Slardar, Ocarina, Batrider, so that's going to be, what, a 4-roll Bat mid DK, and Ember Spirit on Raging Potato for the safe lane.
Remaining.
Is it going to be the support? Like, Mineski's one of these teams that really do, or can, swap up their roles a lot, so it's going to be interesting to see how they actually match up these heroes. So it's going to be a support Slardar, it looks like. This is something that's been tried and tested in Southeast Asia, especially Filipino teams. Asion Arena, I think, was one of the first ones I saw do a 4-roll Slardar. And you just go sprint crush, and like you said, you roam around the map, you look for kills, and you put pressure in places that really it's not expected.
Yeah, that's what they're going to have to do. They're just going to have to take EG out of their comfort zone this game because EG's lineup on paper looks way scarier. And just straight up team fights, they look like they're going to crush. But EG, they need a lot of levels, right? They need the levels on Abaddon. They need the levels on the Winter Wyvern. That's where they can start getting hurt and punished. But as we stated, EG, their dual lanes are incredible in this game where they can just almost immediately win on these, these laning phase. So it's going to have to come down to this roaming Slaughter, as we're talking about. He has to get so much done here for Jules in order for them to crush this early game. And they have to crush this early game to slow down EG before they group up 5-man, get all their items.
Sumail boots first, Dragon Knight, and he's got tangos and branches. That static link is going to do a hell of a lot of work towards the mid lane, and EG just want to try and consolidate their position up towards the top rune spot and get that bounty rune for themselves. So Bulba off lane on their Sabaddon. For now he's going to be alone, but Fear might wander himself over there as he'll devour up this large camp off towards the off lane. Up at top, AUI Sven as well as PPD on that Wyvern facing off against Bocarino's Batrider. Where's the Slardar? Jules. There's Brown Boots at level 1. I'll try and block up this wave for Ben-Hur towards the mid, while Raging Potato got Bimbo down at bottom lane on the Ember Spirit, while Cast will be playing Witch Doctor, like I said, being really one of his signature heroes for the past year or so, since he left Rave and started playing in other teams. Oh, look at that, it's so annoying as a DK getting your damage sapped out already, and this might secure. Oh, no denying the range creep there, just going to trade it off 1-for-1 for now. It's top lane, what's happening? Bocarino already forced out by PPD. This Wyvern proving to be an amazing hassle. And they'll rotate the Slaughter up here to try and help.
Is a situation where Slaughter had to go in the mid lane to block out the camps, else this is going to happen for Ben-Hur. If Sumail has the advantage, he's just going to keep, out CSing Ben-Hur. And then, so that situation with the block helped them, and then now Slaughter has to help out the top lane here, so the Batrider doesn't get completely zoned out. And this is a good situation now for Mineski. They can win this off lane. They're going to have to hope their Dragon Knight doesn't lose too badly in the mid lane, but I suspect Sumail to kind of crush this lane. It's almost impossible for Dragon Knight. He's just going to have to, bottle crow constantly. And then bottom lane here, we have a good opportunity for, Bulba and Fear to take over this game because they should come out ahead on this bottom lane.
Yeah, like you said, until these heroes get their levels up, Jules at the top is chasing down PPD and will get the crush in, but Winter Wyvern not really pressured too heavily by this. Jules just chases him into the middle of the creep wave. But bottom lane for Radiant, there's no real kill potential here on Doom or Abaddon. Maybe would have been if Raging Potato could get himself a little bit faster into that level 3. But for now, it's just going to be shields up, and with this Doombringer here with that Scorched Earth, plenty of levels for them and tons of ways to deal with the aggression out from them. But it's top lane. This is where we'll probably see the first blood happen. Sven and Wyvern, they can kill off the Batrider maybe, but it's Mineski always running themselves forward and aiming for that kind of trajectory to cut off the Winter Wyvern. PPD, if he's out of position even by, a slither, he's definitely going to get picked off.
Right, and this is the situation where, like you said, PPD is the candidate for, AUI, never mind.
He's going to turn back around, still being burnt up by the Firefly. Bocarino chasing this down with 4 sticky napalm stacks up. EG, keep themselves alive there and still not giving anything up, but Sven's last hits, what are you looking at? 9-1, Batrider's up there at 12-1. So Mineski have at least broken even on this lane, and they're kind of forcing AUI into a position where he's not fully free farming.
It's really good for them. They could have potentially killed him there if AUI did not get a double stun. And they could have started body blocking with Slardar if it didn't hit him, and I think they would have got the kill. Just amazing play from AUI there, keeping himself alive. And then, this is where as we're looking at it, the static thing, this is just when a hole is going to be made. It's just, Dragon Knight, he's going to stay at 8 CS, or maybe here, but he just missed the flame breath. Or breathe fire, I mean. Dota 1 days, but this is a situation. He's just going to be hurting, and he's going to have to heavily rely on his allies to rotate into the mid lane once he gets level 6, and they're going to punish Sumail constantly for playing aggressive. Like, he's going to play aggressive because he's a Razor against the DK. Bottom lane.
There's no way to really punish him, and this is where EG can maybe turn things back into the face of Mineski. Nice turning chains come out and stop Quell, and well, he pushed back EG. Fear, he's not done just yet, slamming into that Witch Doctor as much as he can, but it's mid lane, maybe they'll try and find this catch. Samel, he runs forward, playing that aggressive movement like we've seen from him, but walks back into the river, and Jules, he's got a difficult time ahead of him, actually trying to push into that. This does leave the Batrider up at top alone against AUI and PPD, and he's actually walked into the Sven here with a damage output of EG, getting back into that Batrider, looks good, but still no kill power.
And they also tried to make a go at mid lane here. He haste runed immediately from in here and Jules wasn't able to get in range for the crush, but I don't think they could have killed Smell either way. So that's a haste rune gone away, because what happens is you Dragon Tail him, he has unstable current leveled up, so you get away your double damage or your haste rune when you try to cast a spell on somebody. So that's unfortunate for Ben here. He would love to have that to maybe have a second go, but doesn't have the rune anymore.
So with Mineski, you know, they're looking for Batrider Blink, they want a Slardar Blink as well. Ember Spirit, he needs a fair amount of time to get into Boots of Travel and Battle Fury. Dragonite's kind of one of the few heroes really that doesn't need that one big item to give him that viability in the mid-game team fight. Just wants his armlet, his shreds, get himself stacked up a little bit there. While EG, it's all kind of smooth sailing for them. They don't have any heroes that have item requirements, right? They've got lots of heroes that are just dependent on skill sets that just run at you.
Nope. Meanwhile, AUI is really out of position here. He could be in trouble.
PPD where you at? And 5-6 charges. Even with these napalm stacks coming up, AUI's crushed up again. Bokarina burns through him, and that's your first blood there. Batrider picks it up, looking to go forward onto PPD as well. And down in bottom lane, a little bit of battle down there as well, as Ember Spirit picked off by the Doom and the Abaddon.
It's okay. I'm the production, guys. We don't need a, multi-cam. I got you. That was a good play in the bottom lane. Chasing him down. They might even have a chance here. Infernal Blade. Fear is laying out the deeps, but Ember just got caught off guard. I think he was going for the bottle at the side shop or something, and then they just cut him off. But nice first blood anyways from Mineski.
And a carry for a carry. It's not too shabby. And that's 1,000 gold on your Batrider as well. And he's actually getting pretty quickly into that Blink Dagger, while AUI got his Helm of the Dominator. But Sumail maybe making the first rotation. Now, he was looking for the 6-minute rune, but it's been picked out by Raging Potato already.
So this is when Sumail needs to be playing a little bit cautious. What does he have?
He does have to be. Again, going up the enemy ramp, but Jules is ready with a crush, and Bokarino sticking napalm, stacking up, Firefly in 3 seconds time, but it looks like Sumail caught by the crush, as well as the cast. Even with PPD there trying to save him with that nice little cold embrace. The rotations, man, you were saying it from the draft, you were saying it as the game began. Mineski, they need to move around the map. They can't just sit on their laurels and wait for the laning phase to end. They have to go and apply pressure to EG and make sure that they don't get the free game that they've been set up for.
Yep. The easiest lane for Mineski to gain constantly over and over again is this Razor, because he's going to play aggressive. That's Sumail's play style, and he has a better hero to play very aggressive. And this is just a situation where he has to hold out on the aggression, because, as you see, Mineski are just ready to punish them. And Fear going to be on ward duty. Knight places a nice ward here. This helps out. Oh, is he going to scout out cast? Maybe putting down a ward? Oh, he has a Purge Creep.
Oh, Fear. Is he going to get blocked in here? Jules lands across this Scorched Earth, though. Look at the heals coming in. Fear is down to half HP. The damage output just isn't there for Mineski, and they even had Bulba coming across. Cast. Oh god, he's slowed down a hell of a lot. Level 2 and Curse of the Avernus. The Serum Chains for DD out from Raging Potato. Slow the aggression. EG not going to be able to push this any further forward, while Jules, Mineski, they want to turn this back around. They know Scorched Earth is down. Now look for this Doombringer on the backside, but Fear has juked himself through the trees. Ben-Hur, there's no stun just yet. The Dragon Tail not forthcoming. Jules, no mana left. He can't actually throw it out. Fear escapes, and Bulba's got his ultimate, pops it out, gets himself further back as well. And this is a Dragon Form wasted. Mineski, my goodness, 4 heroes the bottom lane, and they don't even get a singular kill.
I think that's the one time in your life, in about 1,000 games or whatever, you'll see a mana burn creep do something in a Doombringer, where it actually stopped him from casting the Stomp, and Fear was 100% dead if he got that off. So that was very heads up from Fear. What a player.
And in the meantime, AUI is like, thank you chaps, I'll be up at top lane farming away. I've got my Helm of the Dominator. I'll look to start stacking. Actually, Ancients have already been stacked up a fair amount for him already. EG, they're prepped. I know what they're up to. giving AUI the time of his life. Mineski, they will ping this out.
Radiant's top
I
tower
know that
is
they've got to
under
try and
attack.
stop this, or at least get a ward down there so they know when AUI is doing it, but it's too late already. He moves over, he's got his god strength. I'll stack it up one more time, and this is a massive burst of gold into him. Now, Ryu, what do you think AUI is going to be going for?
Echo Saber, 100%. I don't know if you'll get it first over Treads, but that is just the best item on Sven. If there was ever an item made for a hero, Echo Saber was made for Sven.
So I was asking because we've seen armor, the treads into armor, Echo Saber's pretty good, Blink Daggers even if you want to play aggressively very quickly. They've all been pickups here for them, but I agree, the mana regen, the strength, and that double slap you get, very good on the Sven. Well, mid lane, they jump onto the mail, now it's there from Bocarino, and the first showing, the debut of that Blink Dagger. Will secure yet another kill on this Razor, who he got plenty of last hits, but net worth wise, he's sitting at 4th place currently.
This is a situation where Smail is going to be the target of EG, as we're going to say once again, and he's kind of needs to go into the jungle and farm, but he also wants to apply pressure on the Dragon Knight, so he's just not free farming. But when AUI is kind of like farming his stacks there, that's kind of like, okay, well, Mineski are probably going to make a play somewhere on the map, and they did. And it just so happened, like I said, Boku, he's found a nice way to transition in this game. He had that nice kill top lane, now he's scouting out for PPD.
He's actually going to see him here. Oh, nice.
Bird on bird action.
He flaps his wings, but I don't think PPD is going to be escaping out of this one too easily. Remnants forward even from Raging Potato. Looking for that experience and gold, just trying to share it across, but it'll be Batrider that secures it all up. And they transition this into a push on a tier 1. It is a trade though, as tier 1 bottom falls to the Sven. And you look at the synergy here between a Bad and a Sven, right? Curse of Burn is giving so much attack speed across to AUI that towers do not last long.
I'm interested to see if he'll go anything in the Misquo at this rate. Like you're talking about, the curse is synergizes so well with their lineup and their chasing potential because it gives that movement speed as well. But at the same time, you would really love to have Misquo at least leveled up a bit because it's like a 4-second cooldown where you're constantly healing your team in a lot of team fights with the Aphotic Shield having a 6-second cooldown. So that's the whole point of Abaddon. You're just constantly dishing out all these healing, capabilities.
Even 1 point to deny yourself, right? It's always a good value point just to have one across it. So, Bulba level 8, we'll see what actually he heads into. It's good, pretty good timing to get that one up. But I want to point out, man, this Slardar, he went for the Iron Talon a couple of minutes ago, and he's actually got himself up to 1300 gold. Blink Dagger is not far away from him. These key item timings are actually coming through very fast for Mineski, and EG, they're feeling this. They know that they have to go back and do something. Take towers, play aggressively, and try and run at Mineski. That's what their draft really excels at. So smoke in behind this tier 1, but not going to catch anyone playing defensively around it, and they'll just look for the kill on the tower. Try and give Sumail a little bit more gold.
Now, and this is a situation where you're going to start seeing the Ember Spirit make a very big impact on this game because he went Boots of Travel, and they needed a hero that can split push the map as well as, get like a Boots of Travel or, a Spectre Haunt or something. So they're able to join fights all the time. But the problem is now, this is a really good play from EG. They understand they're ahead, they've taken up a tier 1 mid, they've taken up a tier 1 bottom, and there's going to be no reaction from Mineski now, so this is going to be a free roach for them.
Yeah, it's a relatively fast one as well, even without minus armor or anything like that. But the damage from the attack speed rip right through the big man. Ben-Hur has picked up his armlet now though, and Slardar, he's 300 gold off it, man. Double blink threat is nearly here, and all of these heroes are very good at buying time for the Ember. Fighting his 4 while he does split push across the map.
Nobody wants Aegis.
No one take it, just leave it for Sumail. He's fine with that one.
It's one of those situations where you could potentially write down the timer wrong, and that timer by 4 seconds off could be a very big deal. Because normally you take the Roche timer, sure you might know when it respawns, but you don't know when the person has the Aegis. And so if you go 4 seconds early, that could cost you a team fight, as we know, 3-1-5-4 shenanigans. But.
The epic Chinese memes. Well, Bocarino, 4 staff is pretty much in his pocket right now, as long as he doesn't get caught out by EG. I see the Firefly, well no. But Batrider was here. He's cast. He's doing a little bit of a PGG move there, running into enemy territory just to get a ward down. He's not smoked or anything. He could have given his life up there if EG were a little bit further south. And AUI flashed himself, showed on the map, and his Echo Saber is pretty damn close actually after the treads and the helm. And it's just going to be a little bit of a lull in action here as both teams are just waiting for that kind of bridge to get into the next item. As Raging Potato, he wants that Battle Fury, Witch Doctor. He wants his upgraded boots. He wants arcanes. He wants treads. He just wants something to tank himself up against the Sven. While Batrider with a smoke ready, going to TP down towards bottom lane, and Mineski will look for some action now.
Yeah, they're just gonna have to dodge right now because EG have the Aegis. Maybe the Batrider can go where EG are about to go, and he can just set up the Firefly, but he doesn't want to risk getting the picked off here and trying to de-push that lane. So instead, he's just going to come with his allies. They're going to... This is really weird. He just wasted his smoke. He's going top lane. I'm kind of curious to see what he's going to do by himself here, but they have to know that EG are probably not going to stop the push. Like, both teams kind of push really slow because they don't have the best skills. Then there's probably that X factor. Dragon Knight's okay, but you don't want to pop your dragon form and not have it for like a high ground defense. And at this stage of the game, EG, let's see, do they want to go high ground after this? They don't have their Vlads and they don't have their Echo Saber delivered to them, so they might not want to. But they could go high ground to force them back.
I mean, Mineski, they're already coming back. They want to defend this tier 2 with a Blink Crush in. Jules captures the Sven and the Razor. But EG, they've got Sustain to actually run back into the faces of Mineski. Batrider yet to blink lasso onto anyone, and PPD is over to the east here in his team fight, but AUI won't rise up, and EG will be able to just stand their ground and hold this one out. Death Ward Contiva that's trying to turn them back to tier 2. Blink lasso to Mel, there's a bit of scope to turn around as well. PPD is actually saving his teammate here, but Arena might just drop. He will get taken out the bullet by EG. Who now take down the tier 2 and say thank you very much, Mineski. You walked right into our trap.
It's just weird for them trying to make a play when we know what's going to happen. You have Abaddon and you have Winter Wyvern. It's really hard to get through these guys. And you just saw the counterplays there from Peter and Bulba at the same time. They were both on their A game, and that's very scary for Mineski now going into the next fight. They're going to have to try and... I'm trying to figure out who they're going to go on in the back lines, because you have to catch PPD and you also have to catch out Abaddon in these situations, but the best way to catch Abaddon is by having silences. Nobody has silence on Mineski right here.
I've got lots of jump and a fair amount of damage, but if you're going to get baited and turned around like that, PPD, the master game plan right there. Perfect from evil geniuses. Mineski, for you, what do you think their game plan is? Do they want to slow the tempo here, even though they do have these blink daggers? Do they look for pickoffs? Because there's no such thing as a solo pickoff right now. EG are running around as 5. There is
a solo
left to themselves.
onto...
There's a solo pickoff on the Batrider potentially, but he blinks out and dodges, disjoints that Stormhammer. But I'm asking about Mineski, because there is no one alone on the map from EG.
No, they're just going to have to hold their high ground. That's the only play really Mineski have. Hold high ground and try to get split pickoffs around the map. Whereas, oh man, this reaction time for Bocarino has been a spot on right now. So that's a very good sign. They're on their A game today. No rest. Plenty of sleep.
Mid and top are being pushed in, but EG. A TP in Bulba. I mean, he's got his ultimate, so he should be fine up in here. And shields away. Ben-Hur as well as Jules. Might be overstaying their welcome just a touch, but Ben-Hur is very quick on his feet. This dragon form flapping his wings and getting himself away. And Bulba doesn't have that catchability, and this is one of the kind of weaknesses of EG's draft, right? They don't have someone who can really initiate into the team fights apart from the Sven. Bocarino, there's the solo target, there's the kill on PPD they've been looking for, but again, it's only going to be PPD as AUI wants to turn this one back around. Some of this goes on the Raging Potato, AUI stuns him up, and there's the Echo Saber collapse, light spins, turns back around, Remnant across, and Bocarino left to his own devices. No mana left to try and force that himself away, he'll at least get that kill on the Winter Wyvern. But AUI clears up the rest as Ben-Hur, Dragon Form wearing out, stunned back onto Cass, and dear lord, AUI, no mercy whatsoever, says, cheers mate, I'll take you as well.
All the ways back to Jamaica from my friend. That was just brutal to watch. That's a 3-shot. So this is a situation now where Mineski are trying to make plays around the map, but it's a situation that's top lane. Well, I don't know if they can kill Bobo.
Bobo just stands his ground and says, yeah, what up? You want to fight me? Well, he does get crushed up. The ulti's popped out by the Abaddon. Over that shield, runs himself to the east. Raging Potato misses out on the remnant, but he's got slight change. Will catch Bulba now, and there's the damage output they needed. Finally, killing off that nasty Abaddon.
Nice rotation from Jules. Else they wouldn't have gotten the kill onto Bulba. And he's just overstaying his welcome there. Although it is very good for them, at least for EG, to kind of make that space for Bulba, but getting caught out on the enemy side, giving over, additional gold could help him out Mineski, because Mineski, what they desperately need to do is they need to get up to BKBs. If they can get up to like BKB status on like Batrider, Dragon Knight, even Slardar, they could be sitting in a very good position where EG Winter Wyvern, his ulti, it kind of got nerfed before, where Curse, you have to, if somebody else is BKB'd by the side, they can still run past you. In a situation where you won't get locked down by anybody. Obviously, it's not the best against, the Doom and stuff, but they just want to sit there and make like,
He has walked into this smoke gang. He's got a cast as well as his death ward, but even with the Voodoo Restoration, he cannot keep himself alive while towards the mid. Bulba and Sumail. Now, Lasso was expended there, but it looks like Bulba was ready to shield up the Razor, so there's no major damage done.
Oh, they were just they were kissing, and then all of a sudden Raging Potato.
He's got a remnant that's incredibly slow, can't get over the trees and far away. He's actually cursed up here, and the damage output from Sumail. There's no escape. Oh, Raging Potato, you are done for.
Echo Saver, guys.
Straight into you.
Echo Saver, 100% movement slow, get wrecked. Ember Spirit, oh my. What a counter.
And now they walk up onto tier 3. He can, but he wants his Battle Fury, right? Blink in and crush from Jules. And EG, they've got the sustain. Make sure that it's not really gonna do too much damage to them, but they won't stick around to force the tier 3. They realize, we can wait things out. We can go back to farming. There's still bigger and better items for us to gain. Like with Sven, 3,000 gold saved up in the bank on top of his Blink Echo Saber. And what's next for him? You mentioned BKBs for Mineski. Is there a BKB in the sights for Sven on AUI?
I think he'll go for either Daedalus, so he can one-shot people, or AC. I think AC is a better team item this game, and they're looking very team-oriented right now for EG. And I would like to see the AC first on AUI. Although at the same time, Sumail, I know he likes building... Well, he likes building Shivas, actually, on a lot of heroes. So, but he's going to go for the high ground siege right now. He's going to have that ag, so they're able to actually burst towers. Mid lane.
Sumail. There's the lasso and force staff. EG, they were kind of threatened to try and stop this one, but Sumail's taking so much damage to jump in with AUI, heals up, and Boncarino's ready for the damage output from AUI. Cast, oh man, can you escape from this? He's got the TP in there, someone's going to stop it, even with the cast bouncing back between them. This Witch Doctor, not one for the world, and it's a triple kill for AUI. As EG, perfect place, perfect time. And they were ready to stop any aggression, because you look at Mineski, that was a 3v5.
It's the problem we talked about during the draft. They have no burst. With these 3 heroes, there's no burst against the Razor, who has 2k HP on top of that. So in that situation, sure, you have the Witch Doctor ulti, but once PPD comes in, you're like, I don't care about your physical DPS. And yeah, EG just really nice responding to the situation, and they just need to hold out their high ground. Making these plays outside of the bases is nice and all, but you just split up the map, you just farm, and then you just hold your high ground. That's Mineski's best shot at winning this game.
Mineski, even with a decent early lead, they had a 2,000 net worth lead over EG at about 10-12 minutes. It has plummeted. EG now with, closing in on a 10,000 net worth lead, but a 6,000 experience lead currently, with a second Roshan up in about 20 seconds. Evil Geniuses seem to be cruising to victory at this point. Of course, Mineski, high ground defense is something that we have to talk about, because it's coming. The push is coming, and Mineski, they've got Battle Fury on the Ember Spirit, they've got Blinks on Batrider and Slardar, but it's just this Dragon Knight that's the worry, because he's meant to be on the front foot. He wants to be pushing towers, he wants to be on the front lines, playing aggressively, but he's not a very good defensive hero. He can try and stand his ground and fight, but it's just not really where Dragon Knight excels.
No, and he has to wait for his BKB in this game, in this situation, and he does have it now, but it's a little too late, because EG just have a good foothold on this game, and they are going to get the second Roach, and this is going to be potentially a high ground siege attempt now for them. So we're going to have to see if they're going to be able to hold. They are doing a nice job of taking. I thought they were gonna take the tier 2 tower, but maybe they were gonna set up for EG. Like Peter likes to make these plays where he TPs first and then tries to, you know, before they finish Roche. So they're able to catch somebody out. And so Mineski are a little bit worried about that. But speaking of pickoffs, Ocarino should be okay here. Just split pushing.
Like he's fine. He's doing his tree cutting duties even though the challenge is over. Still feels he needs to burn through the Amazon there. Oh, Bulba up at top. Initiation's good, but actually killing him off is a different matter. If it's Abaddon shields up, he's got his ulti and he will just force Mineski back. And currently EG with a buddy system. Abaddon as well as live enough at top. Doom and Razor towards the mid. Aegis on the Razor of course going to help out a hell of a lot, and is a BKB from AUI again with 2,500 gold in the bank to save up to his next item. But Mineski, you've got to feel so claustrophobic at this point. You're just being pushed in on all lanes, all sides. You're being marauded here by the ranks of EG. And what do you do to stop this? Can you just split push indefinitely as the Ember Spirit? Not really, because you have to come back and defend. Can you catch people with a Bat Rider and kill them? Not really, because EG have been 5-manning the entire bloody game.
The only way they get a pick-off with the Bat Rider, it has to be on... I still think it has to be on PPD. And he has a ways to scout out with his Firefly, so he can find out PPD in the backline, but... it's gonna be hard.
You've got to try and outplay EG in this team fight. Honestly, Samel with the Axe, like you said, trying to burn down that tower. Initiation comes in, but Ocarino, that's what the call he wanted to go for. Already EG have taken down one, the curse back on the cast as well. And even with a Bat Rider buyback, Evil Geniuses are just running rampant through this base. AUI on the front line decide, you know what, we've killed off 1, 2, force the buyback, we'll return to our base, or return to your tier 3. Oh, try and force down this tower. AUI's dropping incredibly low actually, needs that cold embrace to heal them up. But Evil Geniuses, they're not done just yet. They're still holding on to that Aegis from Samel. Initiations are down from Mineski. And honestly, this base defense is coming to a crushing halt. And EG, they've dropped low on the HP, and once again, they will return back to farming safely, just regenerate, rejuvenate. I'll come back for round 3 in a little while.
They got the buyback that they wanted from the Bat Rider. Bat Rider decided to go, let's go on a guy who has unstable current where I'm not even going to be able to move. So that hurt their initiation a lot. And what they did for Mineski was amazing. They used his Dragon Tail on Boba so that you're able to use the flaming or the lasso on somebody else. So I like how Mineski are approaching this game, but lassoing the Razor, it doesn't seem like a feasible thing, especially when he has Aegis online. So you're going to have to find somebody else. And they're just gonna have to find ways to hold this high ground now, because like we said, there's still Aegis on top of Samel. He has that Ags. They don't have Fortify to work with next, and it's gonna be a lot harder this time around.
Ember Spirit is very scared towards the mid. Winter's Curse was coming up in just a couple of seconds, of course, and it's a pretty good setup. We've seen it already a couple of times. Curse into Stormhammer, and the damage from AUI is enough to clear up almost any target on the map currently. Well, here we go, round 3, EG. This Aegis, how long do we have on it actually? Another couple of minutes? Yeah, 1 minute 50 seconds or so Samel should feel pretty safe just walking up to the tier 3, popping his ult and trying to take this one down. It's down to Mineski really here to try and stop this through. Tier 3's gone, Glyph not available, and Dragonite. Push yourself up on the front line, the Ember Spirit returns, there's the Blink Lasso again onto the Razor, but the Curse turns it back around. Ben-Hur caught, oh, AUI, yeah, Stormhammer in there to cleave damage through onto Mineski. DPS is good, but Ben-Hur almost follows through, but the BKB keeps him alive. AUI finds another in the back end. But Mineski, I think your time is done, my friends, as Evil Geniuses will clear through your barracks. Probably the rest of your base at this point.
Why stop? Why stop, they say.
I mean, Jules, you can initiate all you want, but if you don't have the follow-through or the backup to actually do damage to EG, what's the point? You're not even delaying the push coming in. And Ben-Hur gets a decent amount of his damage drained back out from Samel as well. He still holds on to Aegis of the Immortal. Boba gets the right-clicks in onto the melee racks down at that bottom lane. EG, very disciplined though. Dedicated to the cause, they will back up and make sure that they have enough HP to go back in for another attempt on these buildings.
I mean, they're just so tanky right now. They have so much sustain. The only thing they're really lacking in this game is a mech. Like, I'm very surprised that Fear didn't try to go for maybe mana boots into a mech so they can have that online, but they honestly don't need it just because of the Vlad's heal, the cold embrace, and well, they're gonna find Bocarino.
Mineski have walked out of their base into EG here, but it's kind of a weird position for them to be in. Fear, he goes to the guard. Doom's up in her, no Dragon Form for you, even if it is on cooldown. They run into Cast and a couple of swipes down from EG. But clear him up, the full step away, good play by Jules. A DK away from danger, but they can't do the same to Bocarino, even with Raging Potato, Searing Chains out, and Remnant away. EG, they've got 5 alive, and they're up against 3 currently. Mineski holding on for dear life at this point, but 29 minutes in and this game is coming to a close, my friend. Evil Genius is trying a second lane action, defending up against this Mineski. And it's a difficult prospect for them to stay in this game. Even with that slight damage, looking decent. Again, the blink throw from Jules will catch a couple, but they just don't have the nuke damage. They don't have the finishing blow. They don't have the fatality onto EG here to actually kill him one. And they're trying to chase. They're trying to slight chains. But it's the story of this game, man. It's the story of this game. It's just not enough. It is just not enough from Mineski.
You know, all things considered, I like their chances of after the Ember Spirit pick than before. Like before, it looked like they had like a 10% chance to like win this game.
And then I went up to like 11% chance.
No. It actually went up to like 25 or 20 because the way they did this is if they hold out for like 60, 70 minutes, they can win this game. Like, it's not guaranteed because the late game situation, EG are very strong too. But because Ember, he could have, you know, a rapier, 2 rapiers, and their high ground defense is insane, especially with the Bat Rider and the Slardar. But Smail, gonna find out Jules. He's fine though. They don't have enough lockdown from EG.
Oh, Smail wants to go for Cast anyway. Jules. Oh, the courier stopped. A kill on that one. Well played by the Ember Spirit there, and Jules trying to TP away. The vision given by the Killer's Guard there. Oh, Infernal Blade not going to stop the TP quite as Fear attempted that one. But you look at this, Sven, 20,000 net worth, 15k on the Razor. And Mineski, they've got the Ember Spirit with 15k, but the next 2 heroes are Bulba as well as Fear. So Doom and the Abaddon both playing this kind of 3 role themselves with plenty of money. And a 20k net worth lead and a 15,000 experience lead for EG really signals Mineski. They've got a long road ahead of them this tournament, man.
Yep. Courier, 2400. That was a Daedalus.
Demon Edge. There's a Demon Edge out there. The lasso onto Fear this time, but the Doombringer tanky as all hell. They'll try and take down Bulba, but it pops his ultimate and then her BKB'd up. But dear lord, why? That is not allowed in multiple countries. Kills off the Witch Doctor, and the Witch goes pretty damn good. The cleave comes through, and I think this is where. Number 1 in 31 minutes and 40 seconds as well. Raging Potato. You're having a little bit of damp to death there with EG, but you will stay alive. 6-20 is the final kill score, and EG take game number 1 of best of 3.
Death Prophet fetched, and I think other items have higher priority.
Yeah, Farto of course working towards the Octarine, about 1300 away from having that Mystic Staff to finish that one off.
And then every like 5 minutes or so we see Anti-Mage getting another 1500 or so net worth above the Spectre. Now it's about 5,000, and I expect to see that grow,
yeah,
even with Liquid's mobility.
And to be looking at it as well, it looks like he potentially is going to go for the BKB himself. So man to BKB, I mean, that is a man that wants to fight at that stage. Or at least he knows that you can't kill him.
All they need is to be able to pop their BKBs and win the fight. So they are going to scale better in the late game unless Death Prophet is mega farmed with like Shivas and Refresher and Hex, and doesn't seem like that's going to happen anytime soon. Kind of keeping on par with the Spectre's net worth, but nowhere close to Loda.
I don't know, the Tall Alliance certainly playing this game very smart at the moment in terms of both draft and execution here in the first 30 minutes, and Alliance with the smoke. Let's see what they're able to set up. They will be fighting into the full lineup of Liquid with the ults available. They'll check it to Roche, but it's one of the longest respawn timers. So they won't be lucky for the time being. And in fact, Liquid, they're also moving over. So a bit of smoke on smoke action. Liquid will have that high ground advantage, but at the same time, there are wards up for Alliance. So if it dispels, they'll see it. Alliance hiding in the pit, ready to jump in from the side. Jarak's not quite coming close enough for it to dispel. They're not aware that Alliance are there at the moment. Fada, oh, it will on him. They know something's up. Immediately, Liquid moving off to the west, as Alliance will hang around. So both teams actually ending up dodging each other. But Liquid, they're aware that Alliance are around in the neighborhood. Alliance just continuing to stay around this area of the map.
And Liquid have far
Dire's
worse
bottom
vision
tower
than Alliance
is under
around this
attack.
pit. They have Alliance has 3 wards around that Roshan pit and that bottom rune.
Yeah, Liquid at the moment. Still a little bit kind of amused there by whereabouts of Alliance. Now Alliance, they'll just reveal themselves. They know that they're not going to be able to find themselves a kill, but they will be able to find themselves an objective. They're pushing onto the tier 2. This is the final tier 2 for Liquid as well. They're actually going to pop the fortification for this one. So we'll see if Alliance feel confident enough to push in again and try and take advantage of the backdoor. If they'll continue to play it safe. And it looks like Alliance, they're intent on waiting for the Roshan. As I said, just a longer respawn. But it will be up in a few seconds now, so just under half a minute. So Alliance, they'll stand their ground, look to take the Aegis, and then potentially a fight onto a push. But Liquid, they're coming back round towards the pit. They know that the time has got to be soon. They know that they're going to need to contest this one in Jarak, so leading with a kick, not going to connect. And now immediately, the rebuttal from Escort jumping in with a stun to Fada. Supernova in the middle of the fight as Loda jumps in with a BKB, looking to jump down onto the Death Prophet. She reels herself up. Can they finish her up, Fada? Or is he going to kill her? No, he's gone. The mana void from Loda blows him up. They have lost to an Alliance, though. Liquid trying to fight back, but Timmerman did quite a bit with the Radiance. The buybacks are coming out. Bulldog and Fada trying to get themselves back into the fight. Escort holding Jarek's back, and now Loda turning up. He's looking to secure this one for the team. He needs a bit of help. He hasn't got the control. Timmerman's out of mana. Bulldog's there looking for an opening. We'll see where he's able to get the jump. Crushed in. He doesn't even need the jump. Timmerman walks into him. The ball got down for mind control. Bulldog and Loda trying to finish off Timmerman. Timmerman's down. Can Loda do it? Can he find mind control as well? They will get it. Alliance still looking for more. Fada's still alive along with Jarax. Loda did buy back for this. He's already managed to do quite a bit. Can he do anything more? Looking to chase down, looking at Fada, but the Yule Scepter holds him back. Jarax maybe eyeing up, trying to turn this one around. But Loda, he wants to go in for more. Jumping in, looking to try and create the space region. Closing with the telekinesis and with the magic illusions, they'll go for it. Fada out of mana. He's got the siphon, silence up as well. He's fairly tanky. But Loda's trying to finish this one off. Won't be able to get it. The Kuroki finally turns up with the save. But Loda there with the aggression in that fight, buying back, getting himself back in, and pretty much making sure that that fight was not a total wash for Alliance.
Yeah, it was only a buyback from Rubik, Slardar, and Fada.
Okay.
So, I think that the Death Prophet needs a BKB though.
Yeah.
She just got focused down immediately at the start. She needs BKB to counter Alliance BKBs. She did a really good job of staying alive though, using the self-fuels and a lot of spirit siphons to heal herself up, but that was a very big mana void from Anti-Mage to finish off Death Prophet. Still, the Roshan is alive with amp damage up on Alliance and no exorcism down on Liquid. I do not think that Liquid are interested in taking this fight. Nice wall steal by Rubik as well.
Now we'll see who's going to kick off again here, Alliance.
They don't have much time. 20 seconds until exorcism's up, 10 seconds until the wall is up.
I mean, yeah, Liquid are going to be ready to go for this one unless Alliance can take it incredibly quickly. Let's see what they can do here, Liquid. I'm not going to want to let Alliance get away with this one for free.
Really good spot. They also need to control the Wisp so that Wisp can't relocate Fada out of this fight. And both teams have really good tools to fight around the pit. Vacuum Wall, Exorcism's also really good in the pit. Phoenix, Supernova, and let's see who gets the jump.
Let's see, it's smoked up from Liquid. Trying to make sure that they can get the perfect angle to jump in and catch Alliance off guard. Only down to nearly half health the Roshan Loader, remaining in the pit. Liquid, every ult up and available now. Alliance need to be careful, and they will be. They don't want to stick around in the pit for the time being. They will back off. They know how aggressive a Liquid are preparing to be. They're still a little bit timid. They are holding back Liquid. They know that it's a hard fight for them to take. I mean, both teams definitely have ways of coming out on top of this. We'll see who's ready to commit first and what. They're back into the pit, Alliance, and they are finishing off Roshan. Liquid needs to make a play rather quickly. As the lights fell. Ooh, no, yeah, they'll get it. Ren's going to kill the Roshan. Aegis still on the ground. Matumaman standing there, he's taken the Aegis. Load up on the BKB. Time to put on back. No kills at the moment. They'll eye out to Matumaman, but he's got the Aegis too. It doesn't matter, they need to kill someone else. They'll look for Fadek, jumping forward for Kuroki, keeping the DB alive. The walls drop down, and Loader, he's gone, as well as S4. Liquid taking 2. They'll get a 3rd, as well as Ake falls. And off the back of that, I mean, they may have killed the Roshan, but Matsumaman snatching the Aegis, Liquid finding 3 kills. It may not end even then as the EGM gets taken. And just like kind of rocky one, but my goodness, Alliance just got trashed there.
They're not having that much. All in on Fada, he's going to heal everything up for the Spirit Siphon, and everyone's forced to run away after the BKBs, and that was a gamble that did not pay off.
Oh man, it's cost them heavily. Tier 3 down in the mid lane, Liquid. They'll be able to get themselves the melee racks as well. I mean, mistakes like that, you just cannot afford to make them against the side of Liquid. They'll take everything.
Could have popped the BKB. Oh, Fada.
Oh, hello. I mean, well, maybe now the side of Liquid the one to make mistakes. And Fada, yeah, he's nearly gone, and he is. Manifold will finish it off. Let's see if they can chase down for more Alliance. They lost their melee racks. They are not happy. They want to punish Liquid as much as they can. Bulldog moving forward. It's the Amplify onto Jerax. Loader, he's ready to continue the chase. Can they actually get the lockdown onto any of these heroes? Jerax just jumping around with a Blink Dagger, playing away with them. A nice kickback. It's not going to catch Bulldog. Will give him the chance to jump in, get up the Boulder Smash. They should be able to find the Spirit and the bash from Bulldog. They will get themselves a 2nd. So Alliance will manage to punish Liquid off the back of that push.
What a sick play from Jerax. He like kicked the Spectre as he was rolling out to make sure that they couldn't take down Matsumaman twice, and buying a lot of time for Death Prophet with that extra long revive timer post buyback.
And Diffusal Blade now done for Matsumaman. Abyssal Blade ready for the next fight on to Loader. So
they still need BKB on Bulldog. Bulldog's actually been very underfarmed this game, given the start that he had. And no Iron Talon, I would say, is part of it. You just generally have to get all your creeps from the lane, but just dying a lot too. 6th death to his name. As opposed to, let's say, Mind Control, who has Shiva's Meg, Blink, Force.
yeah, Mind Control's certainly funny. Up retreat this game. We'll see the Shiva's guard come into play for the first time in the next fight. And just 2 minutes left. What the edges would have been, and BKB on Fada as well, so the Death Prophet going to be even harder for the side to take down.
I think Alliance need to split push a lot harder. They still don't really have the tools to kill an anti-mage. He has BKB on top of Manta Style. Even without the BKB, I still think he'd be very hard to kill. Maybe if Spectre wanted to chase very far, they could kill the anti-mage. But as of right now, I don't think they should be. But they haven't been having to react to Loda's split push. He hasn't really been knocking on the T3s. Most of them are still very alive and healthy and opting to fight a little bit more, as opposed to farm and not fight into Liquid's ridiculous 5-on-5. Even with their BKBs, that's probably what made them feel so confident and like, okay, well, we have BKBs, we should be fighting as opposed to pushing, but their lineup is just not that well suited towards it, even though they scale a lot better. So I think they should be focusing way more on scaling and dragging this on a little bit later, than forcing Liquid to defend. I think they're not that good at defending. They're very good at being mobile on offense because of relocating a haunt, but in terms of actual defense, it's not that great without any stuns to lock down the anti-mage to make sure he can't blink and TP away.
He's on the top lane with Timberman, feeling confident to come in and start to hit away the racks. Bulldog will jump in with a crush, but it's only the Slardar at the moment on this defense, and with Timberman, he knows it, he doesn't care. In fact, he'll just kill Bulldog. Bulldog's taken down there immediately by the Mantra and Diffusal from the Timberman. Loda's going to come in and start to try and clear up, but the Timberman, he is not scared at all, and he's He can't get away with it, surely not. S4 now jumping in with the stun. They need to stop this Spectre. With the Abyssal Blade as well, they'll have a chance potentially killing him once. No, just kidding. Kuroki's there. Brings him out to the sideline for Tamaman. Oh, beat out by Manaboy from Loda. Now Loda off the BKB. Look at Jerax. Jerax taken down. Can they get anything more off the back of this defensive line? They need to, because Tamaman, he really wants to finish off that melee Rex. And here we go. Oh, he's just going to let the creeps do it. And I mean, Alliance losing a melee Rex in a little bit of an unspectacular fashion. That seemed like it shouldn't have been let to happen, Melina.
You know, he kind of looked like a support when he just got manted and beaten down by the Spectre. And you kind of had to expect that play, maybe not checking his inventory for the defusal and getting caught off guard, hoping that the sprint would bring him to safety. But BKB is a dream for him now.
A little bit of a
shattered dreams.
A little bit of a mess there. 2 melee racks now down on the side of Alliance. Not a situation that they would have hoped to be in. I mean, they do have ways of cleaning it back out with S4 and the ultimate form, and of course Loda and his Battle Fury. Certainly not a position they would have chosen to be in themselves. You need to try and find something from the base of Liquid, get a push on. It's going to get harder and harder. You know, with that extra gold, Hearts finished on Matumba. The Spectre himself, I mean, he is becoming an absolute beast. As we saw there, he can pick off Bulldog. We know it's going to be the same for the supports just as easily with the Manta Illusions and the Diffusal. It is scary against this Spectre. They do need to try and kill this man, but as we saw with the saves of Kuroki, it's an incredibly hard task ahead.
Alliance are having really difficult time pushing out the lanes. None of them can deal with a Spectre in one of their side lanes aside from Anti-Mage, but he can't be everywhere and he does not have BOTs.
Oh, look at this. Maybe the Loda bait. This is a classic here. Well, I say it's the Loda bait. In fact, the rest of Alliance, they were heading north. They need to head down and help this man. Loda puts the BKB straight away. Alliance, if they can get themselves around onto this fight, they could find something on the back of it. Loda's going to jump in onto Fada. Matumba man with the horn. Leads him by the backliners, but it's right. The backline is Liquid dropping. Kuroki's going to lose his life. Fada gets the Exus. No, he's not using the Exus as massively. It's just the Siphon to try and burst down onto Loda, but they've already lost one. They're going to lose a set from Liquid. EGM will full return a 2 for 2. Mana Boy comes out from Loda. They'll find themselves a third. It's a 3 for 3 trading incredibly even fight at the moment. Aki trying to TP away, but the Yule Scepter's there to cancel it as Liquid find themselves a 4th, a triple kill for Matumba man in particular. And Alliance, they cannot afford to lose fights like this. I mean, yes, they keep Loda alive, but Matumba man gets so much on his Spectre from that.
Yeah, so much for
Loda?
Liquid.
Oh, he's going for it. He's going for a bit of solo kill action. Yeah, I was going to say, he blinks away now.
He needs a couple of lucky batches there.
Yeah.
No Slaughter or BKB is killing them though. Like, he is kind of like -1 hero in the fight. He just dies to all the AoE without like the stun lock rotation. Okay, Blink, Slithering, Crush, Dragon Tail, killed them before.
Reserve time. Evil geniuses turn to battle.
Towers have another tanky core in this situation, so
Right now, EG, if it's going to be Exort Invoker, they've got Global Prowess, they've got Catching Power with the Glimpse as well from Disruptor. But laning stage so far looks decent for Mineski as they get themselves that Darkseer and Lifestealer, removing out the Axe as well. EG, take out the Phoenix, Firebird. Well, that's Sunray, something I don't want to really deal with, and I guess you look at just banning out supports here potentially. You know, take out maybe the Lion, take out the Witch Doctor, which Cast has played a hell of a lot of. And, you know, Chen was one of his bigger heroes back in the day, but really hasn't seen too much light outside of Na'Vi with Artstyle playing that a hell of a lot. And neither of these teams really favour the Enchantress either, even if that can give them a lot of roaming power, but a Ricky ban is what EG decided to take out.
well, they know something that very strong with the Darkseer. When you have that vacuum combo on top of a smoke cloud, it can be dead. And the roaming early on it's kind of the same potential as a bounty hunter, but even worse.
On top of Invis Ricky?
Yeah, even worse because you're like permanent invisible at times. That's scary. Potential for the offlane. I do feel like what you're talking about, Mineski probably want to get the Lion here, so they could still go for that. EG, do they want to? They should pick up their other support hero here. Why not? I mean, what's a good hero to couple with Disruptor? Do they want to do AUI on a greedy support? Or no, sorry, he's scary. I'm going back
Yeah.
to the old days, guys. Do they want to put fear on a greedy support? Doom is still in here, or not? Doom is not in here anymore, and there's no longer the Beastmaster potential jungle. There's not really the
There's-
best fear heroes left.
I think
Bounty
Night,
Hunters.
I think Night Stalker is one of the bigger ones to look for fear. You know, gives you the
Okay.
vision for Invoker and Disruptor, the glimpse back. It's pretty good against Lifestealer with a crippling fear. You know, lives up to his name. Good against Darkseer. And it's a pretty good roaming hero. Just get himself that level 3 for the first night in the jungle before it hits that. But a Sand King.
Dire
Wow,
Fear
I
Sand
mean,
King?
Uh,
Could be Boba Sand King, but
we saw Miracle go mid Sand King a couple of times. This could be a carry Sand King. No, it's pretty much going to be the 4-roll Sand King for fear, I think. Unless they've tried out a Bulba off-lane Sand King.
10 seconds remaining.
there's merits to both of them where Sand King can actually stack
5
that
seconds
camp over
remaining.
there by the Ancients and still get a good
Evil
timed blink. He can even go
geniuses
back into
turn
his
to
own
pick.
jungle. Okay, but this Tusk is one of the best pickups here. This hero can go for a Glimmer Cape. That's the huge counter to Sand King and Disruptor. He also has the save potential with the Snowball. So this hero does so much right
10
now in this
seconds
situation.
remaining.
And it also can be that Initiator can play very aggressive early on. If
5
Samael gets
seconds
out of
remaining.
position once again in that mid lane, they can punish him by having a good Shards or Snowball. So there's
Reserve
a lot
time.
of opportunity with this test, and I think this is the perfect game to showcase it. Now, EG, are they going
10
to do?
seconds remaining.
I feel like they have to do support Sand King and then just go another
5
good
seconds
offlaner here.
remaining.
Okay.
Oh, hell.
Dire
They just
team
want to go
Nice.
later in the game, and it's a really good counter to the Darkseer early on, and even into the mid game with that Mana Void.
Yeah, they needed something that can kind of tag team with the Disruptor. With the Sand King, you kind of want him in the jungle, farming up into the blink. You don't want to really push him onto
10
lane
seconds
consistently.
remaining.
Now, he can come in from time to time with a nice Burrow Strike to find a pick off or a kill.
5
But he's not a
seconds
zoning
remaining.
support. He's not a static laning support like the Disruptor really is. Having the Anti-Mage that
Reserve time.
picks up the pace a little bit in the laning stage with a mana burn can definitely help out. But like you said, it's kind of aiming towards that 30, 35 minute mark where they really start to hit one of their peaks. And Battle Fury Manta, as well as Invoker having whatever he decides to build into. But Mineski, tough Darkseer, that's a decent dual lane off lane if they want it. They still need their kind of laning support with the Lifestealer as well as their mid hero here. What do you think towards the mid against an Invoker? Puck is decent combo with the Darkseer. Dream Coil, Vacuum and all that. Lifestealer can then have an Infest Bomb if he really wants one.
If they want to go all in, it's going to be DK they pick. If they want to go half all in, it's going to be DP. So, I mean, DK for the first one, DP for the second. DK he'll get punished heavily in this later game stage against the Anti-Mage just because Anti-Mage counters him. And it's sense where he'll just get an Abyssal Blade, go blink on top of you, and you can't really farm as fast as the Anti-Mage. Whereas the DP, you have tower potential or pushing power on the tower, and then you can go high ground with it. But yep, there you go. You're right. Puck.
Evil
So they want to end this
geniuses
game
turn to ban.
at a reasonable time for Mineski now. They don't, and the problem with that is they don't have any high ground siege, and that's they're gonna have to win this game off the back of like 30 or 40 kills.
Like, for me, I said Puck because, Puck is a Pinoy
10
hero. It has
seconds
been since
remaining.
Dota 1 days. Filipinos kind of invented the Dagon Puck back in
5
the
seconds
back in the day,
remaining.
like 8 years ago. And it's always been a mainstay hero for their scene. But after I said it, I spent a good, sort of
Reserve
20, 30
time.
seconds while you were talking, thinking, hey, I'm not sure about this
Dire
anymore.
team
Am I an
back.
idiot? Because Puck against Anti-Mage is scared. It does
Dire
decently in
team
lane, but
back.
against
Yep.
Disruptor, Anti-Mage, it's incredibly difficult to keep that mobility going if you
Even
get
Sand
caught out
King.
by anything. Yeah, Sand King's stun into the phase shift can catch you as well if it's timed correctly. So it's got to be some stellar play out of this Puck, or else Mineski, they've got troubled days ahead of them.
10 seconds remaining.
And they have to end this game. Well, they don't necessarily have to end this game before
5
40 minutes,
seconds
but
remaining.
if they're at the 40-minute mark and they're not ahead like 20 to 30k, it's going to be a very difficult game. And yep, they finally go back
Evil
for the Lion. That's a
geniuses
very
turn
good
to
pick in
pick.
this situation. They needed additional lockdown and potential roaming around the map. So Lion, Tusk, their lineup is very good for Mineski, but they're on a timing window and they have to get a lot done in this mid game. Whereas last
10
game
seconds
they
remaining.
did go around the map and try to get off the pickoffs, and they lacked that burst damage.
5
Now they have the
seconds
burst
remaining.
from Puck, from Lion. So I really love their draft a lot better than last game. And EG,
Reserve
they're just
time.
trying to weather the storm here. And how they're gonna weather the storm? Classic Boba.
Bulba Clockwork, I cannot wait. This is a hero that really really didn't see the light of day for the past, what, year and a half or something? For a hell of a long time, Clockwork was just off the radar from anyone until Secret picked it up at an epicenter during the group stage, actually during the playoffs there. And it didn't go well for them. It did not go well for them. But since then, a couple of teams have, been trying this out, playing it in scrims and seeing how exactly they can do with it. And yeah, it's been doing decently.
I think DC have been crushing with it for Moo in the off lane. As when I watched them, they crushed
That was quite
Complexity.
recently though, right? That was after epicenter.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been recent. It was like a week ago. Really recent. And I think they picked it like 2 or 3 games, and they've won with it
10 seconds
all those
remaining.
games. So it's. I'll tell you why they're picking it here. Clockwork is a very good
5
hero
seconds
against
remaining.
Lifestealer, Darkseer, and Lion. If you can find the Lion in the background, in the back of the team fights, you want to hook him 9 times out of 10. Also the Darkseer, because it forces the Darkseer to go 4-staff now
Prepare for battle.
instead of a blink, and he also has to vacuum out of the. He can vacuum out of the cogs, but he doesn't want to waste his vacuum to vacuum just a Clockwork. He wants to set up for his combos. So, and then it's also really good for the Lifestealer too, because if you hook him and you isolate him out, it's a good situation for them. Now they don't have the. Actually, they have great synergy. Clockwork hook in, then you have the connected field on top. So the plays are there for EG. They just have to execute. Still for Mineski.
Now, Sumail has started things off here with 3 branches. You're going to be cutting through them with his tangos. The Quas level 1 is the real thing that I'm looking at here, and usually indicative of going for Quas Wex. Could just be for the regen up against this puck. What do you think here? Tornado EMP against these Mineski heroes who want to try and roll in and play aggressive early on
30
over
seconds to
the Sunstrike kill potential? Is that what he's going to be aiming for?
Yeah, this is one of those games where AM can be that true 1 carry, a 4 protect 1 lineup. This is the perfect scenario where AM can just carry it all. So I think Quas Wex, tempo control, potentially the Invoker can go for the Orchid. Great counters to all of these heroes on Mineski. So Sumail can do a lot with Quas Wex this game, and I don't like the Exort. It's great and all for split pushing,
The
but
battle begins.
Maneski contesting top rune, and honestly, this is some scary stuff as the Cogs catch Raging Potato. Broken through by Bulba, and they're trying to body block him up as well, but the Thunderstrike down onto Lifestealer. This guy is taking a massive chunk of damage, and they've got a Forest Strike as well from Fear. Catches out the Lifestealer, and your first blood goes to PPD. Great start for EG already.
That was a great understanding of them just to be able to catch him out. That's set up by Fear having the boots though, and Fear's like, get it. This is going to be easy kills everywhere on the map, although we have spike on spike action here in the jungle.
But Caster's already down to, what, a third of his health. He's got a tango up. Fear is perfectly fine with that trade-off, while Bulba is left in a 1v1 against this Lifestealer. But how are the other lanes panning out? Down in bottom lane, it's a 1v1 for now. AUI Lifestealer up against Bokarina's Darkseer, while Jules on the Tusk is battling it out with PPD. Both pairings of supports skirmishing away. And mid lane, Sumail and Broker against the puck, and this is the matchup that really is going to be the interesting one with the roaming supports coming through already. Ice Shards trying to block up these stacks being attempted by PPD, but the top lane, Forest Strike forward. Fear with the damage, and Casty burns through all of his mana and a lot of his regen, dealing with Fear, so they don't have anything to actually force the clock out of lane.
It's a good situation for both of the off lanes to go dual aggro. Like, Jules is just sitting here on PPD, so he can't help AUI in the bottom lane. That's kind of funny to think about. He's just constantly blocking him off. So AUI is in this 1v1 situation. That's going to help Bokarino to get up to his faster Soul Ring, but it's a good matchup for Anti-Mage to still win in a situation where he just needs to mana burn the Darkseer constantly. Mid lane.
Yeah, they're going to roam in onto Sumail. He tried to heal himself up. No, all forward is not going to catch him, but the right-click damage coming through. Sumail could maybe turn on to Ben-Hur. The damage output's good enough for Mineski. Find the kill, and they keep the puck alive as well.
I feel like Sumail was baiting because he thought he had a Fairy Fire or something. He was going to turn around on Ben-Hur, but he didn't. Oh, mid lane.
Yeah, as a hasted Fear. Sanky's coming through. Phase shift is there, but Ben-Hur trying to bait this one out with 2-man stun, but there's not enough damage from Fear to kill anyone off. Even with Sumail coming back into the lane, they can't find any turn back onto them. I don't know if I called AUI Lifestealer, but he is playing the anti-mage. I'm a bit of an idiot. Said the wrong hero name. Apologies.
It's too late.
Yeah, can't turn back now. I am just dumb. There's no going back. I was born this way, okay.
Oh, I like that song. No going back. Yes. Okay, that's just... Nobody's gonna know that song. Oh well.
Okay,
Anyways.
it's okay. I don't know it, but it's okay. Your reference is wasted, but it was a reference.
Yeah, that's something. I get a 5 out of 10. I mean 100. I can't do math now. But here's the rotation
I'm
coming
so
in.
glad
Fear's-
that you're. Yeah, Fear catches Jules. He's got Snowball and Sharp Throw. PPD, Kinetic Field, he's holding onto it, and the Thunderstrike damage is pretty damn spot on. Jules somehow walks through the field, but this Snowball's going to put himself into a spot of bother as he's just right-click down and deleted from the game by EG.
Good rotations coming in from EG. They're at least getting some kills around the map, doing a good job here, and they just need to make sure that Anti-Mage gets to a good start. He's only sitting at 12 CS, whereas Lifestealer is sitting at 19, but they have to make sure they protect this Anti-Mage, stop the Darks here from free farming in the bottom lane, and it seems to be working out a little bit. Sumail going down in the mid lane. We didn't get to talk about that too much, but it hasn't hurt him in the sense of the CS. Like, he's still doing a great job here against the Puck, and that's one of the situations where Puck should come out ahead early on. So with him having this great start for Sumail before his phase boots against the Puck, this is looking very good.
Oh, I'm interested to hear your thoughts about this Fear Sand King, because when he got picked up in the draft, we were kind of assuming that he'd spend a lot of time in the jungle with Sandstorm, farming into Blink, but he has spent 4 minutes roaming. He's now made a little stack up here. Not sure it's for himself or for someone else, but roaming Sand King has been doing some glorious work as they glimpse back onto Bocarino, traps him into the field as well, and Fear holds onto the stunts. The damage can come from AUI, but look at this Iron Shell burning back onto them. Bocarino will still very far up. He's getting taken down lower and lower, and finally finished off by Fear as the Sand King secures the kill.
It's working out. They're getting kills, and that's kind of set up by AUI as just mana burn. He has 2 in mana break, so constantly burning here, Darks here, so he doesn't have enough, and then PPD rotation. So I think he's doing a fine job as long as he's stacking. So so he has this triple stack here. Looks like he's going to be pulling, but he'll get the levels eventually. Now it's going to be hard for him to level up Sandstorm. He needs Burrow Strike level 2. I'm just looking at the harassment in the bottom lane. AUI gonna have the blink back. He should go Vanguard this game, so I wouldn't worry too much about AUI as long as he can get past this laning stage.
Top lane is something we haven't really looked at though. Bulba hits level 5, and the initial laning stage from EG really secured him a lot of that early game levels and stopped the kill power of Mineski. Because Lion plus Lifestealer should really have the damage and the lockdown to kill Clock off in the kind of, initial levels before he hits level 3 or 4. But now he's got level 3 Battery Assault and the table's completely turned. He can look towards this line and say, right, you're a free kill for me. I have the damage, I've got the ways and means of capturing you and killing you. And this is why Cast, he has to stay so far back. He is now really a puller. He just sits back and pulls creeps. He can't play aggressively unless he smokes towards mid or makes
Bottom.
some other rotation
Oh, huge
somewhere.
mana void.
Oh, Jules. He's going to get finished off as well as EG. Find another couple of kills. Fear now level 4 with Arcane Boots. And Cast even TP down towards bottom lane to help, but it's just nothing doing here for Mineski.
This dual lane is just not paying up for Mineski. They need to get this Tusk going somewhere else and doing something else. But now you can make the play on bottom lane if Puck rotates in, but Ben here, he's still not level 6, and he's just getting crushed in this mid lane, 35 to 19. Oh my goodness, Sumail's putting on a clinic, and this is where the skill difference is going to start hurting, Mineski's potential in these games if they do take it to a game 3.
Before phase boots as well, right? That's the kicker. This Puck, with level 3 Orb as well as his Null Talisman, should really be out CSing this Invoker by a decent margin, but Sumail showing that prowess. Now with PPD here to help him, they might even look for a kill on the Puck if he uses his Orb aggressively. So Ben-Hur has to hold on to that one for any means of escape.
It's one of those situations that you
Radiant's
don't
top
notice,
tower
but if you
is
play
under
mid a
attack.
lot, you have to get Null Talisman. 2 Null Talismans in this game first before you even get a bottle, just so you're able to dominate the Invoker early on and make sure you have a good start with your CS. So him not going double Null is a very big misplay in my eyes.
Well, AUI back with the Vanguard like you mentioned, tanks up. Is this going to be him pushing forward aggressively and looking for kills and dives, or is that just to secure him so he doesn't get ganked by Mineski?
Both. So he can potentially rotate in. We saw how devastating a Mana Void level 1 can be on a Darkseer, and he's just going to start making sure that he can be left on an island to do whatever he wants. And it's going to take Mineski at least 4 heroes or
Radiant's top
something
tower
to
is under
rotate and
attack.
kill AUI at this stage in the game.
Cast has to turn and stun Fear with a level 2 Burrow Strike. He's going to be able to get this one down onto the Lion. Bocarino, always caught in the connection to the goal, throws the wall out, but it's all over. Mineski, they're losing 2 here for nothing as the glimpse back. He'll try and catch someone else as well, but PPD loses his life to the stealer of lives. Raging Potato on the back end with Jules, find the counter kill, now looking forward with Ben-Hur onto this Invoker and the Clockwork, but Fear does a little bit of a loop-de-loop back into the jungle and looks like he's safe, but Sumail, Ghost Walk is available. Want to try and pop that into the invis, there's no reveal, so the dust comes out from an empty, looking for Sumail, the kill's not there, the perfect, Revolver, stays his mate, Bellbolt, Ben-Hur goes forward, where's he gone? In the tornado, thrown into the air and killed off as Bulba, one click is all Raging Potato needs, but he can't find it, the effect damage on enough, diving in, hits the trees, kills off the Clockwork and Fear misses the Burrow Strike, but still gets the kill. Mineski diving deep, and they are trying to pull it out here, but EG, full force. I guess they don't have their anti-mage, but still strong enough to battle up with the best of them.
Such a greedy play coming out from the Lifestealer. I mean, he could have just backed off, and he really wanted that kill on Boba after he made that spectacular play. So, I can understand why you want to do that, but you just have to play a little bit more reserved. Giving over your carry kill early on like this is a huge benefit for the enemy team, not just for the goal, but the EXP early on for these supports.
AUI has an Orb of Venom. Please, Ryu. What? Why?
It was just to harass the Darkseer out of the lane.
Just to piss off the Darkseer, yeah?
Yeah.
Make him regret that he was ever born. And it definitely works, as Bocarino with his invis is going to try and take out this little stack that EG have prepared up for a Sand King, I'm guessing. How are we looking on Fear now? Level 1 Sandstorm. As AUI clears through these creeps, but Mineski in no position to stop this from happening. A smoke is available for Jules behind this tier 1, and they'll bring Ben-Hur in as well. And Bocarino gives them all the vision in the world over onto the anti-mage, and I'm not sure if they know where the Sand King is as well. I'm gonna try and kill off AUI.
Nope. Well, he too late. He TP top.
he has gone. He has gone.
Now they can get...
Fear. Well, he is taken out of the game. A 4-man rotation in for that Sand King. It's a kill, but they're giving a lot of space across to the rest of Evil Geniuses. You know, Sumail's farming mid. Both phase boots, and he's going to go straight into the Midas actually. No Urn of Shadows, no Orchid. Just wants to try and get his levels up very quickly. He'll smoke up with Pizza. That level 5 Disruptor, not yet with a Static Storm. Try and aim for a fight anyway to defend this tier 1 down the bottom lane.
Boba, TP's in.
Yeah,
Oh, they got...
Snap start things off. Rocket Flare to give a little bit of vision over that. Seems right there as the wall is dropped. PPD dropping low as well, but still off the Lion. Traded off for the Disruptor, but Stun doesn't catch anyone but an illusion. Still the Tornado through onto Jules. So Mail chasing this one through, but Jules has got a nice start to try and block them off. Doesn't do that quite there, and this Tusk, well, he will get ripped apart by EG, and now they turn back onto Ben-Hur. They're going to have another stun in 5 seconds. So Mail, Tornado EMP not up for quite a while. Mineski lose 2 for 1 though, and the Darkseer dropping is a massive deal for them because that's their momentum hero. That's the guy that's meant to get the mech, meant to pump them up in these team fights and keep them going. But if he keeps dying, they don't have that ability to actually fight through.
Yep. Mid lane. Oh, Ben.
Oh, that's burnt. Cold Snap's not enough, and with the Rocket Flare, takes him low and procs another Cold Snap as well. It's a level 1 Rocket Flare though. Mineski have the Lifestealer following up a top lane in the meanwhile, and that's kind of their saving grace. Armlet, Phase, with that Blightstone as well, Raging Potato, he really has to carry this game for them. But he's glimpsed back. No, he's not. The rage is there.
Yep. Good reaction there. It would have been a dead Lifestealer. Bulba did miss his hookshot in the bottom lane when he was chasing the Lion, but other than that, yeah, like you said, the Darkseer here is the key factor for Mineski to win.
They want this puck so badly. Bulba hates himself forward, hook shot, gonna catch with the Tornado as well. Ben-Hur puts back the fog. Oh, the illusion up. Can he jump himself away? He can. Far enough to get back into the fog, and with a Thunder Strike ticking over, even so, he'll keep himself alive. Scary stuff though. Ben-Hur, he needs that Blink Dagger up as quickly as he possibly can so he can start making the plays instead of having plays made upon him.
Yep. That's why he's just going for this naked rush. Like, he doesn't have treads, he doesn't have veil or anything. He realizes that he has to get stuff done on the map, else they're just going to lose this game. If they don't have the puck as we talked about,
Radiant's
getting
bottom tower is
constant
under
kills every single time his ulti is up or just going around. And they're going to lose this game. So now they have the puck to work with. He has his blink dagger. They can start going inside with the lifestealer and going around the map and trying to pick off people. Problem is,
Puck could have blink dagger, but he walked to the side shop and he's going back now. He's going to get it now. There we go.
I think he misclicked. That's
Or
just weird.
he just didn't click.
Radiant's bottom
The scary
tower
thing is,
under
though,
attack.
this EG lineup has AUI free farming now. Treads act for the Vanguard. 5,500 net worth. Life still has a spot more. Looks like he's heading into an Echo Saber. There's double onto AUI. He needs a tanky double though. The tornado will save him and a blink away. It will get him to safety as Fear. Forest Strike at the ready with everything as well. Volva traps. Ready Potato into the cost and Volva. Oh, Battery Assault is doing a decent amount of damage back to where the pushback. Raging Potato is pretty much out of mana. Ben-Hur in the middle seat as well. Where's Fear's ultimate? Still holding on to it as Lion. Kills off the animation. Clockwork is taken out by the Tosh. In the meantime, Tosh is shaved out of existence, but Raging Potato, armor toggles through, and with the Iron Shell on him, PPC, he's gonna get right-clicked down. Raging Potato, you just have to keep toggling through. Toggle, PPC, there's the Earthquake, kills him off. And Lifestealer, will that EMP burn you? No, it won't. He's kept alive, but the cold snap as a male somehow manages to turn that back and get the kill. Oh, that was a close fight, and I think EG thought that they had it in their hands. But silence is out from Puck, and that Tusk with the control and the saving power, just a little bit too much from Mineski.
And also AUI just getting very greedy in that situation. He was like, I can make a play here. I know I can turn around with a huge mana void, but Cass was like, get the hell back from your base with that finger from long range. And he made it work out nice. They were able to kill off. So at the end of the day, they were able to kill the anti-mage, which is a very big deal. But your lifestealer did go down at the same time. So yeah, that's a little bit disheartening at the end of the day, and you're not getting map control. So it's more EG applying pressure, but saying that they still have 2-tower advantage for Mineski. They just need to keep putting this pressure on if they want to have a chance to win this game.
Raging Potato, he's going to rage forward on this one, actually, looking for a kill, but Fear is ready. If he did actually push forward any further. A full 4-staff done for Sumail, and actually we're looking for a Blink Dagger on Fear and 100 gold. He's very nearly on that one. Big items coming up all around here for EG, while Mineski quite heavily reliant on this Lifestealer to deal all the damage back onto them.
Yeah, they finally got all the levels though on Bocarino, and he has his mech, so he's level 10. He finally has level 3 vacuum. He's gonna get picked off here, potentially.
And like you said, without the 4-staff, he cannot get himself out of the pod. Tries the vacuum play. EG already have the damage, they'll roll in onto Sumail. There's that armlet with the damage from Raging Potato. The sentry dropped as well, and they'll kill him off. Invoker's gone, and a great start. Back onto Bullbrand, AUI crossword. Oh, dearie me, you've gone in too deep, EG.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And that's what we like to see. EG getting punished for playing super aggressive around the map. Good reaction there from Mineski, showing them, hey, if you're going to make these plays, you're going to get punished. So that's a good heads up for Mineski, and they need to keep doing that every single time. When Puck's his Dream Coil is off cooldown, but Lifestealer he already uses Infest, so they can't do it again. Oh, Ben-Hur. oh dear.
Oh, that's not how it was meant to go. They wanted to combo PPD with Fear. But not like that, guys. Not like that. Doesn't work that way. AUI, he's got himself a Claymore. Looks like he's going to be heading back into the Battle Fury.
I think that's the standard.
Yeah. A Vanguard to tank. Battle Fury to farm a little bit more, gives you the damage, the mana and HP regen that you kind of want as well. Look for the Lifestealer bomb with Ben-Hur picking up infested target. And with the orb not quite giving vision over to AUI, they won't find him.
I'm trying to see if they have enough burst damage with just them two. I don't see Lifestealer with a Desolator. He has the Echo Saber, which does a lot, but I don't think they have enough damage to bring down the Anti-Mage just yet.
It's only level 3 Waning Rift as well. 2.25 seconds of silence. We'll find out, I guess, as AUI, Ben-Hur, Blink, Silence, there's the damage. AUI still with a Blink available. Dream Coil's popped and will snap. Anti-Mage, there's your answer. And oh, turn around. Volva, 2-man Cold, gets caught in the post. There's the Mental Gun, come on, this team, even Sun is well for Fear. There's finishing off. There's Raging Potato, but he's picked up on a snowball. Turn back around, Jules takes the same, and they've killed off Clockwork and the Sand King. Somehow, Mineski, you've done it. What the hell happened there?
Well, Samael didn't join the team fight. That's what happened. And they have a lot of magic burst damage, but they don't have enough visible burst damage. And you can see what happens when the mechanism is just applied. They're able to tank through everything. And once they start getting the Glimmer Capes online for any of these supports, EG are going to have a very hard time controlling these team fights.
Yeah, right. Samael is heading into Dagenhams, but he wasn't available for that team fight, still farming himself up. That's given a good amount of money back to Cast, who has his Blink Dagger now. Boccarino start looking towards the Force Staff as well, like we mentioned. Raging Potato. Later is really not far away. Into the double damage rune, they were thinking about Roshan, but Bulba scouts it all out with a nice little rocket flare across. But EG is still all about the combo plays. If they can not cock up the epicenter, if they can land a good static storm onto numerous people, they can definitely pick up these kills. But a Veil for Puck, amplifying all the magic damage that they've got, is definitely going to be a kicker here for them.
And now they're doing Roche with the double damage from Raging Potato, but they're deciding better of it. It's like, this is taking too long. Plus is about to get scattered out with the Bulba's rocket, so good no play there coming in. EG have a lot of ways to get in and out of the pit. They have a lot of ways to scout it out to Tornado, Rocket, and they have a lot of big ultimates around the team fight, or the Roche pit. So if Mineski group up there, they would just like throw the game away at that stage. So nice of them to be disciplined, go back, and now they just need to find a way to get another pickoff around the map. They have the Lion with the Blink Dagger now, so he could be the infest target, and yep, got him.
I pick him up. And Clockwork. We were talking about the Darkseer having a difficult time in lane 0-5, but he's come back. He has mech, he's got 1700 gold, he's level 11. Bulba, on the other hand, 3,500 net worth, behind the top, level 9. Nowhere near that level 2 ultimate. Things are looking pretty dire for him as he's not even got his Blade Mail completed. But he's bought space for AUI and his anti-majors. Oh, they're looking to jump onto him. Mineski, they knew he was around. Not going to find him though. Just yet anyway. EG, they're all grouped up. And Corral's back here. They don't know where Mineski are and they are very paranoid. Only Darkseer is flashed on the lane, showing himself towards the mid-creep wave. But EG, that's some great play there. That game sense, knowing that, okay, we scanned Ancient, Celestial was there, but it's pretty good shout that they're going to be going to gank us and try and take down our tier 2s, especially with all 3 lanes pushing in so hard.
I thought AUI was gonna die. I was like, please don't blink up to the other creep camp to farm AUI. Please don't do it, and he didn't. I think a lot of other players in this situation would have. So good of him understanding that he was gonna get picked off. And now EG, they have a little bit of space and room to breathe with Mineski showing themselves on the map in the mid lane. So AUI can farm freely here in the top lane. Also, Fear has been doing a nice job of babysitting AUI, I want to call it. So he's just constantly sitting behind him, making sure that he doesn't get gone on, and they have counterplay to save him. So you have to do that. AM is like your all-in ticket to win this game. He has to get his Battle Fury, and then he has to get his Manta Style, and then potentially EG can, like, I don't want to say win a team fight because they can still win one now, but I think it helps them out better opportunities to win team fights.
Bulba's doing a great job keeping tabs on that Roshan, just spamming out as many rockets as he can. And now he's farming neutral camps with his battery assault as well. Roshan not going to be attempted here, and I want to try and slow down this push in bottom lane a little bit. Jules and Ben-Hur both on this tier 1, but Cast, Raging Potato, a little bit further back. There's the Darkseer sitting behind this push on bot with a Blink Dagger ready to counter-initiate as well. EG, they don't want to fight into it. They don't know exactly where the rest of them are sitting, and with Desolator picked up now on that Lion, TPing top tier 3. Interesting decision there, and that's a really great move. They didn't see EG moving up here, but they know no one's pushing mid. They kind of felt that they were moving up through the jungle as well. So looking for maybe a kill towards this area and a smoke as well to give them that guise of invisibility. But Mineski won't find anything, and this is, again, great sense of play by EG, feeling the way the game is going. Or did they see the smoke? Did they see it with that observable? I'm not sure they did. They were a little bit further back.
I'm not sure either. I think they were a little bit further back, but I think they knew somebody was up there. So that kind of gave it away, hinting. But now they're going to go potentially for the Roche play. Oh, they have vision here. Scouting on AUI's farming.
Oh, Hex to start things off. Tanky there. Gonna get the finger to finish him off though. 55 seconds without your AM, and he had just finished off that Battle Fury.
If they didn't vacuum to clear those out, or even snowballs, the Lifestealer would have been stuck in the trees. But I'd still think he would have went down at the end of the day. And shutting down the AM is just priority right now. That is their only way for EG to kind of hold on to this game. And yes, Samel has his Ags now, but this is a situation where he's just going to have to do so much work in this game for...
Rip Ryu?
Yep. Hello?
Hello? You dying? Yeah. You died for a second there.
Sorry. I think this is a situation where Samel is just going to put in so much work for the next 20 minutes if they want EG to win.
Spear has jumped on up the top. Sanking. Yeah, TV is well played. Throw ball is just about going to catch him. Jules. Oh, barely. Getting the speed there while mid lane for Mail. Watches damage to the finds that kill. Looking for PBD now as well. Boccarino back to back into death. 1-2 punch. And Bimbo finds that one. EG losing 3 here. And high ground push is, you know, a capability of Mineski, but I think Roshan's going to be the easier target for them to go back and do.
I think that's the right call. How does it sound now?
No, it sounds good.
I think I can see what you mean. I'm cutting out sometime. Alright, let me...
Just need to deep throat the mic a little bit more, then you won't cut out. Don't stain it with your lipstick, okay?
Well, I mean, I practice kissing all the time with it, but...
Lovely. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Oh, Mineski will take out Roshan. Bulba thinking about this hook shot with a blade mail as well, but he has no one to back him up. He's all alone. And AG will be scouted out as they move across into their own jungle as well. AUI, Battle Fury, a bit of farm himself up into that Manta, get these bigger and better items. Some strike. Almost attempted a snipe there. A couple of hits away from actually stealing it. Oh, we said it during the draft though. EG, it's all about buying time for your anti-mage. Buying time for this Invoker to actually get stacked up with his max exort and all the spells coming through. Nice
they have...
there with the Observer Ward.
Wait, I'm gonna have to cut you off because that's who I am. I cut people off. They have 2 mechs on the side of Mineski. I am mind blown.
Double mech?
I'm pretty sure that's not how it works. You know, double pipes work nowadays, but I don't think double mechs work. I could be stupid, but I think for once I'm right.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
That is... Yeah, you can have double pipes on your team, but you cannot have double mechs. In this situation, the Darkseer went mechanism before the Tusk did, well before. So I'm kind of figuring out why Jules did go for it.
As long like it's this 25 seconds. Oh god. Oh god. The stun, the damage, AUI, the anti-mage, he's gone. No buyback available. And now Mineski with ages on their lifesteal, they can think about pushing up onto high ground with a double mech. They, you know, the 25-second kind of window where you can't heal someone up again, but it's what, a 65-second cooldown on the mech.
Yeah, I guess that's so.
You can utilize a double heal.
Okay, I can get down with this. I can understand that. I was just reading this tooltip as well, same time. That's interesting to think about. But the question is, now do you still go for Arcane Greaves for either of them? And then that reduces the cooldown of that, so I don't know. A situation where I would rather see a Glimmer Cape, because all you need is 1 Glimmer Cape, and it'll save all of your heroes. The amount of magic damage from EG is like 90% to their 10% physical damage. So a Glimmer Cape would just work better for their lineup.
Or a pipe.
Or a pipe.
Fear, I'm going to cut the wave up at top. Try and slow down this push from Mineski onto this tier 2. We've got their heroes alive again as well as AUI. Trying to get that Manta down the bottom with his trusty old Battle Fury, but the 5-man strength of Mineski is really starting to shine here. And look, they don't care. They can pop mech whenever they want because they have 2 of them. They can pop a mech. They can mech to push and then they can mech to fight 25 seconds later.
Keep those creeps alive for that high ground defense or siege.
That's pretty juicy stuff. Now it's down to EG potentially to defend high ground. No, Mineski not going to push this too hard or too far. Will back up and shove their other lanes before committing to anything.
Now, it might look very bad for EG just because they keep getting picked off, but The game is still relatively close. Mineski having a 10k gold lead it's very good for them, but they still have to crack the high ground. They're doing all the right moves for Mineski, but high ground is going to be their biggest tell as a team in this game, whether or not they can go to a game 3.
Oh.
Walking into meteors is a good idea, everyone. I suggest you do it.
He's not going to get slammed by the Sunstrike though. Heals himself up, and with the regen rune, perfect for that situation. Mineski have to be wary of the split push from AUI though. The anti-mage is very capable of getting himself up onto the high ground at a speedy old rate, so they'll group up again down toward bottom. Boccarino says, screw pipe, I'm going straight into my BKB. About 1,000 gold off it, but here comes the high ground push. Onto the tier 3, Mineski goes. Raging Potato will not get clipped by the tornado, and just slammed into this tower as it. Clip is hot by EG, forced out by Mineski as they really are not threatened by anything the evil geniuses have to throw at them.
That was a situation where PPD could have glimpsed him back, Raging Potato, and they could have made a go at him to get his Aegis gone, but they would have had to waste Static Storm. So PPD was like, I probably don't want to do that right now. Instead, they're going to try to do the smoke play. This is pretty good.
Let's steal on the hook shot in onto the top. They pop the ball forward, back and back. Sunstrike onto them, but Ben-Hur, he's actually jumped forward. They've killed off 2 from EG, they've lost their initiators, and Mineski just keep on destroying through the barracks with Raging Potato. So Male is pretty much the only one that can stop this, because Anti-Mage picked off Tusk on the back end, but it's a 2-for-1. Now they're jumping against the Male. No, not going to get caught. Even with the silence and the damage there, Mineski, they hold on for long enough. Oh, made a glimpse. They've caught the Ducks here, no, they caught the Lion. Mega kill streak is stolen back out from them.
Very good pressure being applied by Mineski. Now they need to just sit back and farm up until the next Roche and try not to get picked off. And they need to make sure to also stop the anti-mage from not snowballing out of control, because if anti-mage, if he can find his way up to an Abyssal and a BKB, this game is looking a lot better for EG. But Mineski are in the driver's seat. They need to make sure they don't feed over the kills. And in this situation, I'm not sure if they want to play super aggressive without the Aegis, because AUI is hard to kill. And we need to see right now, do they have any smokes on their side left for Mineski? It looks like they have 1. So they have one to work with, and they need to make sure that one works out to stop the anti-mage, or try to push the high ground.
And what was the reasoning for them, for EG, to pop 2 ultis on the Tusk? I mean, clockwork hook shots in, is it just the fact that PPD wanted to secure the kill before Snowball comes through?
I think so. Finding anybody out, and especially the person who's been saving them constantly, it's a good play. Now who's getting hunted here? I'm trying to figure out. Here? No, should be fine. No.
He tries to clear through the creep wave. Fortunately for him, Jules already wasted his snowball on the creep, but for the disables they've got between Boccarino and Cast, they've more than enough to kill off the Sand King while Bulba TP's out, was sitting behind the Sand King, maybe looking for the counter initiation.
No, they're gonna find PPD.
Orbs forward, jumps onto it. Oh, PPD is just a little bit too fast on this Raptor of his. Ben-Hur still trying to catch on to someone. I'm not finding anyone though.
But yeah, with this BKB on Darkseer, this helps out for their situation with the anti-mage having that big mana void problem, and he can also finally be that initiator. Pop your BKB, then blink in, initiate to, you know, stop EG from going on you. So this is a good situation for Mineski to close out the game with their items. I love them beside the double mech. Like we talked about, the Greaves is now up, so you can pop that every 40 seconds. So you can also dispel some of the silences, but there's only one silence, and if you're caught in it, you're going to be caught in it forever, I feel, because of the clockwork and his cogs and stuff. So we'll have to see how things work.
Might just find AUI. He's already used his Manta silence. Oh god! Oh no, anti-mage! Mineski's got his number, honestly.
They
time
do.
and time again, this anti-mage just cannot catch a break. Even with heroes nearby to try and save him, it's just too quick.
This Pug pick has just worked out tremendously the last 20 minutes. We talked about it enough. He had to apply pressure constantly, and AUI is just even though he's had 4 deaths, it feels like he's had more. You know what I mean? It feels like he's been picked off a lot more. Just his farm has been slowed so much in this game.
That's a big problem when he is the kind of one hero here to try and win the game for them. And Sumail, maybe the other one seems to be popped, but he's still going to get taken out of the game. It's what's worked, it's got forward, buy back from Sumail, but they've lost Volvo as well. They're going to try and walk into the team on the face. Finally, they get a kill on the Ben-Hur with a meteor combo through from Sumail. They finish him off with a good back. Oh, Jules, this is stunning score. DB, right down the earth, damage, picking him over, but not quite enough. Jules finished off with a finger from Castle to secure the counter kill. And Fear, they turn it back onto their heads, but Raging Potato's still alive. The life dealer is still around, and he is a big damage dealer from Mineski.
Oh, Lion died in the back lines, but they got the racks, they got what they wanted, and now they're just going to back out. They have another infest spawn if they wanted to. Oh my goodness, this is just dirty.
And now AUI's alive. He's like, guys, I'm back, but where's my base gone? What
do I do?
What have you guys done?
I'm going to go split push and I'm going to die again. No, but this is looking like Mineski have a really good chance of closing this game out. Not because they were able to apply pressure, get that AUI pick off. When his Manta style was off, you're farming as an anti-mage. Sure, what he was thinking was he wanted to scout out with his Manta style where the enemy were, but because he used that, it cost him his life, and that cost him a set of racks. So that's the huge misplay at this stage of the game. That's going to cost them potentially the game. And with that huge advantage that Mineski have acquired, they can now go for Roche and they'll feel safe. And EG, this might be the last play they have, is contesting that Roche.
Well, AUI, really the weight of the game is on his shoulders.
Mid.
Jules here. Sumail, that is not how you throw your spells, mate. Fear is stop for the hook shot in from Bull, but maybe going to turn this one back. Jules is taken down here by no snap damage is going to be enough. One more click, but Raging Potato arrives. The call, there he goes into the snap. Sumail, click, he's gone. Everything comes through the door, the wall's gone. And Darkseer, he has held this fight in place for Mineski. 4 gone, Anti-Mage is last man standing. They want to blink forward and try and find him as well. There's one buyback available for EG, but Mineski, dear lord, this life stealer, this Darkseer, that's just too much damage, too tanky. EG cannot handle it.
Yep. Sumail made a huge misplay there. He didn't pop his BKB before he forced that staff out of the Dream Coil, and that cost him. Now they forced out a buyback, and they're just going to go get Roche, the smarter play. Mineski are looking very good, and the only reason they lost last game is because I feel they were outpicked. This time they're just completely outplaying EG.
Oi. Good full step back from Fear and a stunt front as well. Raging Potato in the static storm, it's still up cast. They went turns back, Raging's gonna find the kill. There's no buyback on Anti-Mage. He's lost all his mana, but life still surged away and healed up with that nice little arcane boost. Mana is restored, but the hook shot, no, Bulba! No! They'll at least try and find Boccarino. He has been burnt through. And they've got the damage to try and bring him down. Lifestealer wants to try and battle this one out again, but Rage on cooldown for 2 seconds time. Thunderstrike is vision for the glimpse, but again, catching the Lifestealer off guard is difficult to do in this day and age.
When the hell did Raging Potato get his Abyssal Blade? That's what I want to know.
Honestly, I don't know. I thought
it came out on the courier, that's what I'll tell you. It came out on the courier like 5 to 10 seconds before that, and all of a sudden, or it could have been during, and then the Anti-Mage got locked down. AUI was not ready for that. We weren't even ready for that.
I saw the AM of it, and I was like, right, UG has got this, and then Lifestealer says, you know what, it's not happening today. Not happening today. They'll get the Roche down secured up for themselves. But Bulba on this clockwork, 3-7-11, got his Blade Mail, his 4 staff, and a Gem of True Sight now. But he's not had the best game.
No, they're going to be, if they ever go back and look at this game, they're going to be saying, hey man, we try to make space for our anti-mage, but we did it in all the wrong places. Like we tried to dive between the tier 1, the tier 2 top lane. We lost 3 heroes because of that. We weren't disciplined enough. AUI didn't get enough space to really work with around the map, so this is why the Puck and the Lifestealer were able to just cause havoc and just completely crush him. And it's also on Mineski too. Their plays have been great. They've rotated constantly. They went and killed the Anti-Mage 5 times in this game. It feels like alone, but Jules, they're gonna set up on him
they desperately want to find something. A sentry's even placed down by EG. Fear. Hiding behind these trees.
Oh, all the ward.
Oh,
the
dearie
ward.
me. The high ground ward. Fear tries to blink himself away from the boat strike, but the silence will hold him. He's gonna come there. Can't quite get himself away from the next field. As he's pushing him, holding him out. Damage output. Oh, it's perfect with Sumail. Fire the last combo. Stop the damage. Well on the front lines. The wall is dropped now. Bocarino with Bridges head on the front lines. With Sumail. One more hit will clear him up. And PBD. Wow, AUI. Abyssal Blade is up. This got the damage to kill him as well. 80 seconds for that Anti-Mage. And Bocarino keeps on chasing. Running through into EG. But it's over. GG is called.
GG.
And Mineski. They win game number 2.
They just showed how this is a classic draft in Dota. If you've ever watched or played Dota for the last 3, 4, 5 years or even longer, this is a classic puck plus life stealer going around the map, showing you how to punish anti-mage. This is like back in TI2, man. This is just flashbacks of how to perfectly shut down a farming hero that's playing greedy, and they did it. They did it tremendously well. So congrats to Mineski for taking this to another game, and they just need to make sure they don't get outpicked, honestly, in these situations. And I think EG, they need to not just go all the eggs in the AUI basket. They need to have another semi-carry. Sumail realized during this game, he was like, oh crap, we actually need another DPS, or we can't rely everything on magic damage. And that's why
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You can get farmed a lot. He's still number 1 on net worth, but it doesn't feel like he's number 1 on net worth. He still feels like he can get bullied by almost anyone on Liquid's lineup.
Yeah, certainly. And Liquid, they're looking to bully. I mean, they're smoked up. They've got the life to the inside partner straight onto Loader. Loader, not a chance here as they rip through the Slardar. Liquid, can they look for something else here? Mind control, jumping forward. EGM will be quick with the telekinesis, holding him back. Jerix and Matumman still there, and Jerix, he's diving in for this one. He's looking to play around with the Rubik on the sideline. There's silent stuff. S4, the magic missile as well. S4's gone now with the Dream Core drop. That in trouble. We'll get the Grave off in time. They try for a supernova on the sidelines. EGM started to stop away from it, but mind control with the vacuum back. They found a third. They're going to get themselves a fourth as well as Fighter jumps in, finishes off the Rubik. And Ben, this is looking like a repeat of game 1. It's just this point where Alliance are crumbling and Liquid, they are just, again, just showing the form that we expect them to bring to this tournament.
I think Alliance were too, I want to say, like, safe with their itemization, like the Midas, the Force Staff, and the Vanguard. That's, like, they still can't fight. They still need a Blink Dagger, they still need a damaged item on the Nature's Prophet, or perhaps even a mech on the side of Alliance. Still waiting for the Orchid on Queen of Pain, which is a more standard build, but they want to farm, but Liquid just looking to fight. They've taken down that top T2, and Alliance have lost any semblance of control that they once had.
Let's see what the next bit of game plan is here for the side as well. Alliance, look, do you clear out? I mean, as you said, is it just for them? They've got to kind of hold their horses and just get those big items on before they can afford to take a fight. Because at this stage, as we're seeing, Liquid, they just have the better tools again.
Like Quap is very close to her Orchid. It's Slara Blink Dagger, so they don't have to wait that long. But they've given up a lot of ground just waiting for that. Like the Midas investment, hasn't paid off because they just got crushed for the past couple.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Uproot and after them!
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Pull roots and run!
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant structures are fortified.
Around, sun.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Puck out!
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You know,
Loader, he'll get slid to the right. It's going to be able to turn around and fight potentially. Moving from the can't quite get off the crush. Farton, can they take him down? No, face shift. He's going to be out there. No, the burst. Heal bomb from AK finishes off the puck. New buyback straight away. They did end up losing EGM on the sidelines, but it's a good trade. Also now the buyback in the puck, and the lines can find more. Loader does it with the crush. Again, AK with the heal bomb. Double kill for the Dazzle. Loader's got to run. He's got to hide, but Matuma Man's there to finish it off. Sonic Wave flying through. They'll take down Muscular as well, Air Alliance. There'll be a buyback immediately from Loader. Rog goes down here with the Treants. Give themselves anything more. Rather just silencing up two. They're looking to find Jarek, so they'll find it. Loader jumps in with a crush, and they'll get it. That's going to be a third kill for Alliance. Did cost them a buyback, but they're going to be incredibly happy with that, as we can see from the gold swing. Very nice indeed, and oh, okay, they get Fodder. This man brought back, this could be a dieback. Oh, again! Could they not do it? Oh, S4! Just upon the initial blink, Fodder will escape. Okay, again, it looked like he nearly had that with the heal bomb. It's a fantastic heal bombing back.
that's well played by Loda. He cannot chase into the secret shot when they were just in the river. It was good play by Ake too, keeping him alive the whole entire time. 3. It,
Quit.
My shadow. Triple kill.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
nope. Getting
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Strange transformation.
Exquisite agony. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
A gift from the goddess.
pretty.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Maybe.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
What? With a А мог с MVP? Так, ну и смотри.
Sound you'll ever hear. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So.
Roshan has fallen to the dark. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Silence!
Pull roots and run.
Greetings!
Up.
Dazzle. With me.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
You let your guard down.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is falling. Radiant's top barracks are under attack. Invisibility!
Up to try and kill Sumail mid. This is really how the Naga dies. They move off lane, they want to try and find a kill elsewhere, and they leave her vulnerable at top alone.
And that's just why you see their CS being a lot better here for EG. They even have that ward scouting out. That line was to make this aggressive play now for Fear, going behind enemy lines, cutting the creep wave. Cass does have eyes on Bulba, but can't really do anything. Level 2 Lion, very underwhelming here.
Oh, perfect scan. I don't know who that was. Oh, I wish there was a way to see or know who does the scan, because they spot out Night Stalker and Doombringer both in that little spot behind the trees towards the mid lane, and Sumail sits even more defensively than he had been.
Under attack.
He will not get caught out. And this buys so much time. Lifesteal a free farm bottom lane. And up at top, like you were saying, aggressive push forward by Fear. He's nearly level 5, but he's just cutting waves. In the meantime, Bulba regenerating back at base.
They're gonna make the play here on top.
Oh, but I'm not sure if this is what they want to do. Bulba TP's in, they'll try and find Cass. The damage output here from Fear is good. They cut through the trees to the line, but the rotation's in from the Doombringer. And the Night Stalker, the call up for 3, though. Fear kills Lion. Ultimate place as well. And Bulba's somehow still alive. By the TP scroll, but he's got no real way of escaping unless he can juke himself through the trees. As Fear gets dropped by the rotation from Mineski. Bulba, count your lucky stars that you haven't died as well.
Right. And that was a good situation. That was really weird from Lion. He had tangos. He could have eaten out of the sprout. What was that about? I don't know, but...
He tried. He cut through one, but he didn't get himself out.
Yeah, I mean, he had 2 to work with. Potentially 3, if that was the case in this scenario, but... They just need to keep making space for Raging Potato. As long as they're putting up the pressure, making sure Axe doesn't get a quick Vanguard. I mean, at this rate, I'm worried Fear isn't going to transition into a hard hitter. Because he's getting a lot out of this offense. 15 CS for support.
Axe is just being that bully right now. Fear, at this point, doesn't care too much about his farm. He's just making sure that Mineski's side doesn't get the farm that they want, but he might have put himself in a spot of bother here as he runs into not just the Lion, but the Doom as well. And with the TP from the pot, all forward, Fear going to get caught by the Dream Coil. Now you've got to remember, this is a support Axe, and they needed 4 heroes to rotate up onto the top lane to stop him.
But it's still a good rotation nonetheless, because they're having a hard time for Mineski to catch out other people. Like, oh, AUI catching out Jules. Gonna get this kill in the mid river, and one last right click. AUI is rotating around.
My brain lagged there. You said AUI, and I was like, hang on, is he bottom lane? No. Mid? No. He's up at the top rune spot, killing
He's at
someone
a
up.
river. Like,
dear
what?
lord.
I don't even know why he was even there. I mean, I think he was farming ancients or something. I have no idea why he was there, but good place at least to get that Doom solo pick off nonetheless. He's giving the EXP to PPD in the bottom lane, so Phoenix can have that egg faster.
Oh, absolutely. Phoenix needs that 6, and in the meantime, you know, Sumail, he's played this lane pretty much perfectly. 41 CS.
Oh, song
damage onto Ben-Hur, but they're looking up towards top. The song is out from Raging Potato. We'll send them all to sleep and slow things down. Rotating up even further, the Exorcism has popped mid for Sumail to try and get that tier 1. This may open things up for Mineski. There's no Doom on Jules. They're still going to look for the 2-man Dream Coil. Fear is the target of choice. Bulba can't stop the damage output's not there, and Fear is somehow still alive. Caught himself up. They went for Bulba, but they might end up not getting any kills. Valkyrie trying to chase this one down, and Fear. One more Void, one more Swipe. Doom gets the kill. But Mineski again rotate numerous heroes up and only get a kill on the support axe. And I'm wondering now, you're saying they're good rotations, but is it worth it?
It's one of those situations where you have to get as many kills as possible, and it looks like those are the only places they can get kills, but EG are making the better trades, right? You get the tower in the mid lane, and you're getting AUI still free farm around the map. So this is still looking good for EG, because Mineski aren't getting any map control out of these kills. So right now, Nature's Prophet did go for the drums already for Bulba. He's going to be able to juke out of a lot of these ganks, and the situation where Bulba should have died, but the Infernal Blade wasn't used properly in that last team fight. He decided to go on Fear, and that cost him. Bulba was able to TP out, thinking that he was already dead. So Jules needs to, step up his Infernal Blade game and make sure these easy TPs get cancelled.
Naga Siren has now been relegated to farming jungle. Raging Potato, 1600 gold in the bank, looking for that relic. Such a slow ramp-up time, though, for the Naga, while EG, they are ready to fight. Now, you look at the net worth, 4k, 4.2k on that Life Stealer and DP, respectively, while Puck, Blink Dagger is a fair distance away. Went for the treads this time, not the Blink Rush. The tier 1 push down the bottom lane that you've got to be afraid of, and during the draft is what we were saying, right? The pushing power here. Oh, Ben-Hur, he's used you aggressively, he's got another one in a second, but the damage output from EG clears him up, no problem whatsoever.
I think he was expecting Sumail not to have silence at level 8, but really well played from Sumail, leveling that up, and not playing too aggressive. Now, Quelling Blade action at least coming in from nice fucking, not going to get picked off there.
Like standard DP build is what, like 404? And then you get a value point in silence a little bit later on. Sumail reading the game. Oh, Boccarino slowed up. Tries to TP out, but Fear has the call. The Exorcism will secure this tower. I'm not sure if they'll have enough time on it to go back into Roshan, or if they really want to. The rest of the Mineski squad are trying to make ends meet elsewhere as Fear TP's top and looks for this Naga Siren, forced back off the tower. Might be able to get the deny in here as well. Yep, Fear swipes it out, and Naga Siren going to be missing out on that one. As more TPs could come through here from EG to look for this kill, but she does have a lovely ultimate. She'll throw it out and TP away. And if that's not the most boring escape you've seen in 2016, well, I don't know who the hell you've been watching.
The Great Escape. You're going to see a lot of those if this game goes on for what could be a long time. But at the rate EG are pressuring around the map, this could be a quick 2-1 for them. They need to keep up the pressure, and I hope Fear goes for the Blink Dagger, because you see what's happening to EG. They're having a hard time initiating, and if they can get this initiation on Fear, I think they'll have the jump factor, and then afterwards the silence factor coming in from Sumail. They're gonna clean up these team fights very well, and Naga's just taking, like you said, too long to get online. 2.5k. This is no Alchemist.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Again, a perfect scam from EG. That's the second one where they've seen exactly where Mineski are heading. Now TP towards mid, they'll keep pushing top. Bolster up this tier 1 tower mid to make sure it doesn't get pushed in by Mineski. Oh, AUI. He's up on the front lines very far forward, but Doom onto Sumail. They've got a good amount of damage, figure that down as well with the Dream Soul. Sumail's dropped, and well, AUI turns to try and fight up against Cass, but he's got the Hex. He can maybe turn this one back on for AUI, but no, the final swipe comes through. PPD dropping low, Egg not ready, he doesn't have mana for it. Oh, the Urn won't burn him down though, and Ben-Hur with that Invis rune is still looking for another place. One wins. It's a draw.
He wins. He touched, like, he put a lot of damage on Fear.
He touched him. Poor Fear. He's got his blink though. Axe has his blink done.
Yep.
Nature's Prophet, what's he up to? Mech is going to be the go for Bulba, that looks like, and EG, they can keep on fighting. And the Yasha being purchased up by Lifestealer, actually going back to the good old days of race car Lifestealer.
Yeah,
No
he might
Deso.
even go Manta style this game because there's so many silences on the enemy team. I think it's a big mistake for him to actually go Sanguine Manta this game because you need to get out of these silences.
Pretty good item to do so. Nagasaran, how you doing, buddy? 3,500 gold. Relic is not far away. He's actually managed to bring himself back into this game pretty nicely, yeah. Make a stop at TP forward, they want to try and stop this one. There's a Nagasaran in 18 seconds. They're going to try and get out of the trees here. The mirror images, no, not going to trick EG too much. What he's coming through, Dex is going to pop down, he's going to still alive, he's going to get himself out of the trees, roll back, Mineski can turn over the smell. 600 to the sun right down, ultimately this damn old Death Prophet is just draining them out. And Mineski, they don't lose their Naga, but my goodness, that is a scary old fight to walk into.
And Puck, Puck died trying to go for the solo kill onto AY in the backline. Oh my god. So this is why Phoenix is a hero in Dota, guys. You just pick it and you win games just because of heal. And then the double heal effect coming in from Smail. Like, what the hell do you even do?
Well, it's like the quintuple heal effect, right? You got the Spirit Siphons, you got the stick... I don't know, it's like 20... Oh no. Oh god. Oh, it's electric. Whoa, Dota River has happened.
Why didn't he do this when he was Razor? That would have fit. That would have fit. Now just like, oh, you're DP, whatever. You ruined it, Smell. You ruined it.
I really don't know. Well, Nagasaran secures the relic. Stop these heroes from being so mobile in these team fights. What we're seeing actually from AUI, Yasha, for now, she moves towards the mid. They need to stop this Nagasaran from getting that Radiance up and running. They tried it with the TP in and they'll try it again with another. But you know what's going to happen? It happens every time. The thing is, differently this time, oh no, I thought Fear was considering going and wrapping around a little bit further on. He is smoked up, but they don't have the gap closed. Stop that Song of the Siren happening.
They're trying to set up. No, they're not going to set up on mid lane. So this is, I think this is looking good for Mineski, all things considered right now. EG are still in the driver's seat, but Mineski have slowed the game down a lot, and they're almost up to their Radiance. Now, Ben Hero needs to be careful. Oh, Fear?
Oh, they've got a big black dragon running forward. AUI is taking control of that one. But Mineski, they will retreat, and they will not lose anyone. TP on cooldown for cast. Still 7 seconds, but EG can't catch up to anyone. Bosserino or Samael might be considering that. Could have gone for a Spirit Siphon and Bulba want to try and help this one out, but they don't have any stuns to stop him from TPing out. And what stuns do they have actually, Ryu? Is it just Axe Core?
No, they'll get Yule soon on DP, and normally this is a situation where you don't see many Veils on DPs. I've even seen Aether Lens over Veil most of the time for the, the extra Spirit Siphon damage and the Crypt Swarm and all the things that it benefits, even the Silence range, but...
Ghost damage as well.
Yeah. Well, the Ghost damage, it doesn't give you more Ghost damage, but it gives you more Ghost range. Because the Ghost is physical.
No, Aether Lens is spell damage, not magic damage though. It definitely increases Ghost damage. Like, Veil is magic damage amp, but Aether Lens is spell damage amp. So it just increases the damage of all spells regardless of their damage type.
Right.
Forward, Fear catches Jules, the Sunray, holy shit, look at that damage from the Ghost as well, Doombringer doesn't stand a chance, Doom back onto Samael as well. There's Life Healer, deep in behind enemy lines, Armor drops through AUI, somehow the godlike plays come through him, Doom Force drops as well, but Life Healer comes in, PPD has the egg as well, they could easily turn this fight back on its head, but Samael zooms up, 6 charges through, no problems whatsoever, PPD doesn't get that, blood egg out, but Ben he'll give up his life for this one, Mineski puts like 5 in the Ghost, they're pounding through Mineski, Raging Potato's dead for 40 seconds with no buybacks available, this could be the death of their tier 3, if EG had any life left remaining on them, well that, if anything, was a statement of intent. We can dive your base, we can kill you off, and you can't do a bloody thing about it.
DP just living on a sliver of health. How does she do that? Oh my goodness, that's gotta feel very disheartening if you're Mineski right now. Because if they were able to kill the deep, they could have just rolled over Mineski in that team fight, but they weren't able to do it. And now that's gonna be a big boom to EG. They're gonna get the next items they want. AOI is gonna go for this Saint John Yasha. He has to be very careful not to get picked off by the silences that we talked about. And on the other side, Smail has his duels ready to go to dispel all these silences, make him even harder to kill now. They're going to have to get the Hex on top of him and then try to burst him with the Lion now. Else, I feel like he's just going to be unkillable in these situations.
Boccarino trying to go back into the hand of Midas now. You said Santon Yash would be a mistake from AUI, but he still goes for it.
He's going to be coming out, like, see this? He's smoked up. They're going to come out of it still. So he's going to be able to pop Rage 9 times out of 10 still. So, but if he's around farming the map, as we saw with his anti-mage, then it would be beneficial to have the Manta.
Still smoked up here. Oh god, PPD dives forward. Fast blink away from the puck. I'm going to allow anything nasty to happen. Now, Naga Siren has her Radiance. How much does this do for them, though? Because EG are going to be knocking on your tier 3 soon.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's a step in the right direction, but they really need to have that Manta style coming out soon for Naga. And then it starts getting very scary once the Naga has Octarine Core, but we're not there yet. And this is a good time for EG to take all the map control and then do Roche, and then try to go for high ground. So Mineski, they're going to try and... I don't know if they want to try and fight around Roche. Maybe if they can get a tower in the mid lane and tower in the bottom for Roche, that would be better. But contesting Roche, they have the potential steal with the Song. We've seen that play a lot of times. They don't have Ags, though, from Night Stalker, and they don't have the best ways of scouting the Roche pit besides mirror images.
And they'll just wander themselves into the pit. Easy as that. Bulba. Back into Maelstrom after mech, needs that damage output, helps with the push as well. And on top of clearing out these Naga illusions, which Raging Potato will start actually popping out. Farming enemy jungle now with his Yasha purchase, but still there's a lot of time required for this Naga Siren to actually become a threat to EG.
Roshan has fallen to
They had to force Exorcism there, so at least they do have something going for Mineski where you have this 2-minute window now to get something done to try and pick off somebody on EG, or just farm as much as you can around the map.
More evil geniuses, they'll try and counteract this and push out as hard as they can on these other lanes. Bottom, it belongs to Bulba. Mid belongs to the rest of evil geniuses. Except AUI, who continues farming himself up like a boss. Full Staff of Fear. On top of his Blink Dagger. Plenty of mobility for him.
What did Fear just pick up?
Force Staff.
Force, yeah. Yep. Like you talked about, the mobility factor. Saving your allies is going to be key. So, right now it's just waiting on EG to make the play to go high ground, or Mineski to make a play onto EG around the map. It doesn't look like they really want to. Do they have any smokes? No. It doesn't look... Yeah. EG, if Mineski want to make a play now, they're just going to do it when it's nighttime. And it doesn't look like they want to. They just want to farm. Raging Potato has that Yasha completed. He's going to be going for that Manta style, as we talked about, and he needs it before the next team fight. I feel like if they don't have Naga with a Manta style, so you get these extra images for the deep push, it just could be over, and it doesn't look like they're going to have it in time.
I just want to drag this game out as long as they possibly can, you know. Midas or Night Stalker, indicative of that cast. Doesn't have his Blink Dagger on the Lion. It's not going to be an easy game for him, because once it starts to get to this point, Naga Siren drains, you know, not only map control away from your enemy, but it also drains gold income away from your team, because Naga Siren's going to be shoving these lanes out, forcing the waves away from your base and making it even more difficult for heroes like Lion, like Puck, to be farming up there and actually gaining gold and gaining items. So if you want a Blink on Lion, you need it by now. You need to get some kills, you need to be able to get some kind of itemization, and you can see now Boccarino and Cast, they're both down a bottom lane trying to, you know, gain something for themselves in this period of time where Naga Siren isn't stealing all their bloody gold.
They're in a situation like you're talking about where The only person who's going to get most of the farm is going to be Naga or the Puck if he's out somewhere. So.
But it's the hardcore push into mid. EG group is 5. Naga Siren's top. And this is where Exorcism comes into play. Samael has Veil, Yuled, and a Soul Booster. So the Sunray forward will keep AUI alive on the front lines with the Treants now up there as well. Just need a new creep wave to come in, or do they? No! Ghosts! with the Treants, it's enough damage to clear through it. AUI helps out a little bit as well with the right clicks through. There's no glyph available anymore, of course. Just pops out the Doom onto Samael. That's gonna slow down it quite a little bit, but AUI forced that forward onto Jules. The damage output is good out from the Puck as well. Bulba's gone up, Sirius dropping low as well. In comes the Naga Siren again. Mineski, they do some serious damage, but the Song of the Siren will stop the fight in its tracks. But EG, they've taken tier 3. Exorcism is gone. They can't go for racks or anything more.
That was a really good hold from Mineski, where it could have been, you know, EG running all on top of, all over them. I wish it smells like, ah, oh, dang it, I just popped my Exorcism, and there's my Arcane Rim. The gods do not favor him. But he still had the haste rune to work with. Surprised he didn't try to pop it during that team fight. He didn't really need to, though, in the situation. AUI still has his Aegis to work with for another good 2 minutes. So they can just go high ground now, once the Exorcism's off cooldown, but that'll be in 70 seconds.
Mineski just dragging out the game, making sure it goes on as long as it possibly can. Naga Siren nearly has that Manta style done as well. Oh,
whose courier died?
Dyer's courier died. Oh, so that Manta rested. Okay, so, you know, the Naga Siren nearly has Manta, but now can't have it for 3 minutes.
That could be a game-winning play right there. He might even be forced to buy the recipe again. He's gonna go buy at the side shop at least the ultimate orb. So at least that's good. I honestly think he has to buy the recipe again for this high ground defense. I think it's a crucial element to the defense just to have these extra images. Even getting out of the silence coming in from the DP could be very effective.
Well, Ben-Hur prepping themselves for this high ground push. Exorcism in 10, and the AC for AUI. This is a full force attack towards these barracks, and it looks like it's going to be difficult for Mineski to actually hold out onto this one. There's no darkness, there's no nighttime, so Night Stalker...
There's no Aegis though.
He's not really a hero anymore. Ah, you're right, it does get reclaimed. AUI, he didn't take any damage in the last fight. He stood up on the high ground with a Sunray on him. There was nothing Mineski could do to stop him.
But now you should doom the Lifestealer. Because he doesn't have the Aegis to work with, I think you prioritize dooming him. Even dooming the DP is still a good play. You don't want her to just run all over your team with her silences and spirit types.
Oh, the Exorcism is popped on the male finger down. Can't get the kill back on that one, helping to do, but Spear with AUI. The damage output is insane from these two. They've cleared up the line and looked for Jules as well. One more swipe of his claws. No, AUI doesn't have quite enough until the third one comes through. But Mineski, they're blocked too. Even with the DP dead, EG are still in a good spot to fight through this one. And Boccarino, holy shit, AUI, he's ripping up the shreds. They need to snare, they're ready to get out of sing. They need to do something to stop this, but it's AUI with a triple kill, clearing off Mineski one by one. And now the song comes through. Raging Potato, Naga Siren, you've got no points in net. You've got nothing left to throw apart from a couple of mirror image illusions, but EG don't give a damn about them.
It's really weird not seeing any value points in there. Because you can cancel TPs, you can keep the Lifestealer held in position on his rage. So I'm not sure about that. And it looks like EG, they want to make an aggressive play here. DP is coming back in the mid lane. She did pop the Exorcism after the Arcane Rune, so that'll be up in 30 seconds. And they're trying to find out the Puck here in the bottom lane. Oh, no. Raging Potato. If they find him right now, it's over.
So 3 points in the stats instead of 1 point in the ensnare, and like you were saying, all the reasons to go for it. Like, can you give some insight into why the Naga Siren's done this?
I did. Well, I just said why. Well, actually, I said why he should have went the other thing. I guess the reason why he went this is because he wants more stats. Like, he just wants to survive more in the team fight. He wants to have more mana, so he's able to cast all of his spells. But I don't think it's the right play.
Yeah. Oh, EG back up on the front lines, and you know what? Exorcism is ready again for Samael. No glyph, for a little while, 20 seconds until that's ready for Mineski. It might be enough time to hold on to one of these barracks. Maybe even the two of them, as EG are very timid in pushing up onto the high ground.
They have Night Stalker. This could be a big key component for them winning the team fight. If they can get the silence on AUI first.
Range Drax is gone. Still, Jules waved his hands in the air with that tornado from the Wild Wing, but the jump in onto Ben. Oh god, the puck is dead. Has to buy back and run into the team fight again. Oh, EG, they might just run away with this one. Backing up and retreating now because they don't want Mineski to catch anything out of this team fight. Bocarino sprinting forward with the axe up. He's got Victor over. Jumping spear, catches Jules. And now DVD with a perfect super over. Onto the heads of two of them. Jules is gone. Cass is dropping as well. And with that Hellstorm shot flying through from Bulba. Yields into the air from the puck. It'll keep you alive for now. But will it be enough? Apparently not. Sartman's out, the Spirit Sergeant's through, the Doom is back on the AUI, Life is caught, Crazy Potato has the damage output as well, but the Life Stealer with the armor on might just drop from Mineski's damage. Bulba holds the ground, but Sumail, Sart's back with the 3, perfect place, AUI finally dies, and EG, they have got tail between legs and running for their dear lives. Somehow, Mineski, they're actually bringing them down one by one, and EG have been wiped off the face of the map.
Let's watch as this gold grab should dip. Oh, that is a 3.7k gold swing here, and I'm just waiting for this graph to change. Please go down. That's a tower, that's more map control, and they only got a range racks for all of their troubles there. Sure, they got 2 buybacks from the Doom and the puck, but that's a well worth it. Well worth it. As long as your Raging Potato Naga doesn't have to buy back, you are happy with that situation.
And now Naga, not going to go for the Octarine Core, not going to go for the Boots of Travel, goes for the Diffusal Blade.
He just wants that extra chasing potential on heroes. He also wants the mana burn on the illusions. That's a big thing to have in these situations. So giving more DPS to all of them. Also one of the best stat games, the second best agility game item behind the F-Blade. So that pumps out the DPS even more for the main hero as well as the images, so he can farm faster.
And there's a lot of agility. And Doom has the Vlad's pretty much completed. After that bounce rune, it'll definitely help. Cast is still... Oh, he gives up on the dream of the Blink Dagger. He buys a Ghost Scepter for himself, realizes that the big threat here is the Lifestealer's right clicks. And Roshan alive means that EG are posturing and prepping around this pit, while Mineski potentially considering going to contest this. Level 15 on the Naga, would love to have the 3 points in the song, but of course cannot. EG, they don't go for the pit. They don't go for the Aegis. Looks like they want to try and fight, catch, and maybe take this melee rack mid.
Nice wounds. Get that image. But in all seriousness, they were trying to make a play before they went for Roche, and which is a good play for EG to try and make. And now they feel like they didn't catch anybody, so they're going to try and force the issue here. Smoke up from Mineski.
They have to contest this. EG here, he's in a great spot up on the high ground. Mineski won't be expecting this one, but they've got themselves a good position to zoom up the mail and start them before the exit team comes through. Now the question is, can they turn it back onto AUI? He's trapped here in the middle, 4 of them, the Sunray trying to keep them alive, but the guy's out. PPD gets himself on the high ground, and Super there as well. Bonquina dropping low, the Night Stalker survives. They turn it onto AUI, he's left alone, but the damage isn't there. The Nox on the high ground has the sun available, but Cast is gone. Sacrificial Lamb, there's the armor plus from AUI as well. Bulba TPing forward looking for Bocarino, but jukes around in the trees. And Mineski, AUI, no, the armor problem jukes it through again. And as Nagasarin clears up one and sings a lovely song.
She needs a TP. She
Is this timed well enough? They've got no stuns. They've got no stuns. They can't
heals
cast
in
it.
7, yeah. Oh, meanwhile, Puck over here, gonna get out too.
Perfectly fine.
Well, can't believe all those heroes survive. I mean, Night Stalker has a Force Staff. He wouldn't even have lived without that Force Staff. Great play coming in there for Mr. Bocarino. But Roche, very low.
This will be Roshan for EG. It looks like face shift. And a missed call there from Fear. Not going to get the puck as PPD is being shredded by the Naga illusions. Oh, Jesus Christ, Bulba! He might die to them as well. They're chasing him down, and Bocarino follows through. Oh, yeah, Naga with a double kill. No problem, she's not even in the freaking fight. Oh, Sumail fuels into the air. He's got no TP. The chase is on. The rest of Mineski, they have got perfect vision of him. They've got Gem, they've got Aghanim's up on the Night Stalker, and Sumail netted up and killed off Mineski. I hate to say this, Ryu, but I think we were wrong. EG, we thought we're in a great spot to, roll over this Naga Siren, but Mineski have turned it, and they are looking damn hot. 33 minutes in.
It's just them not getting enough pressure and going for this really risky play on Roche when they could just run their body at the mid racks, make sure you have the DP ulti pre-popped, and you see the power of DP plus Sunray. Like, PBD has been playing like a monster this game, but the synergy coming in from Mineski and their team fight coordination, it just seems a little bit better. And now this is where the situation gets very scary. You have Boots of Travel now on the Naga Siren. Where does his, oh, okay, he has it on the courier here. So he has his energy booster on the courier. He'll be going for the Octarine most likely next to help out. And once the Octarine start coming online, like losing that team fight, it's not even bad for the road. It's actually bad for the map control because it's going to be going into the side of Mineski now because the images can just split the map.
And we're looking at a lifesteal, right? He's going back into it now, Maelstrom for AUI to deal with these illusions a little bit more.
So is Bulba.
Yeah, Bulba had the Maelstrom ages ago. He got that straight after his mech. He's now got his BKB done. But Sumail, he kind of stalled on that soul booster into Octarine Core. Went back for a pipe to deal with the magic damage that's coming through. It's all reactive play from EG though. And Bocarino with that gem. Stolen out from PPD, it was indeed. EG going all in again towards the mid lane though. They need to consolidate this. They just need to take this Rax mid, get something out of it, because they've just lost a 10,000 net worth lead and a good 7,000 experience lead in the past 5 or 6 minutes. They need something, and the only way to do it is just to go deep in here with the reflows. Perfect, he wants EUI the lunch squad as well, and in goes Bocarino. Step Jules dropping low, but EUI, he's being shredded. The ghost, they're good, turning it back for him. Instead of ends the fight, keeps them up as well. There's Naga Siren, tries to force down EUI, and they want to do it on the path. He's dead, Mineski moves too. The buyback from the Night Stalker as well, coming in, but EUI can stand his ground. The Lifestealer doesn't care about the Naga. She can sing, she's got the Aegis, but EG with a triple kill on PPD somehow are gonna look for a full team wipe on Mineski. The sun finally comes through and the party's alive again, but the dieback of the Night Stalker is absolutely huge.
Oh my goodness. EG, as Garrett is trying to jinx them out of this game, unjinx themselves, and now they're looking like to finish it up this game. Sure, you have a Naga, but the whole EG squad are here.
And then with a buyback into Cole, Jules self into air. We'll get away with the orb. But a Sunray from PPD keeps the team alive and keeps the dream alive for EG. They will take down another lane of racks here, it looks like. They'll secure the melee, look for the range as well. No, it's too risky. They'll back up again. Disciplined play from them as Ready Potato. He looks for the ensnare. No, captured onto Bulba with a Dream Coil. No, still on. No, it's still available. He's gonna look for it, but Bulba BKB TPs and PPD. No, Ben Hur, you were close, but not close enough.
But even though EG did that, they still need to be cautious, because if any team can come back from a 2 racks deficit, it is the Naga Siren team. But this is looking great for EG now. They're in the driver's seat. All they have to do is just try and finish off the remaining racks in the top lane. Bulba can just rat and wait for that little bottom range racks. It can't heal anymore in the game, so they can take that easily. In this situation, Mineski, I think they need to make some desperate smoke plays. They have the Octarine Core. They need to make plays, though, when Sumail doesn't have his Exorcism online, but it's back already. So it's hard for them to team fight right now.
It really is. So it's got to be down to Naga just to split push these lanes and keep his team in it for now. You're looking for them to go do a desperate smoke play forward. It's still risky.
I don't think they need to do a smoke play, because they have the Night Stalker, although they did lose the gem, but they have the Night Stalker superior vision at nighttime. They don't necessarily need to smoke during night. They should save the smokes for the daytime. I still think they should try and pressure around the map, but they know they're weaker in these situations. Like in a 5-on-5 engagement, EG, it seems like they just had the upper hand. They need to find a way of shutting down this Phoenix Sunray and making sure that PPD doesn't get off his egg. Like, they can't even focus the egg at all in these team fights. PPD is single-handedly winning his team the game.
What a hero. What a Sunray. They smoke into PPD, the silence. It's there, and PPD is caught with a finger of death, down, but it's looking good under the Phoenix, kills up, he's kept alive. He's actually not going to survive this one. It's a nasty clears that one up, and AUI soon goes for the crowd onto Macarino, but AUI is being shredded by the heroes of Mineski. Finally, the bell joins in with the ghosts flowing through. The song will slow things down, but the ghosts don't get stopped. Macarino will escape with his life somehow, but Puck is dead for 80 seconds here. The great thing for Mineski is that Lifestealer and Phoenix are both dead, and the Exorcism is popped in a spot where they can't really push into towers.
Really good play from Mineski, finally taking a team fight on their own terms outside of base with the superior vision advantage and taking out PPD and AUI. That was the perfect initiation for Mineski, even though they lost the puck there. So just keep doing that over and over again and they can win these team fights.
They hold onto the game, push it even longer. Did PPD have Supernova up at top lane?
I think I
Did he get
clicked on
mana
him,
burn?
and it looked like he had it, and he wasn't really silenced. I was kind of confused why he didn't pop it.
I think he got mana burn. I think the diffuser blade from Naga with all the
Maybe
illusions
that
burnt
was a
through
mana
enough.
burn, because
Yeah.
I was clicking on his hero as he was dying, and it looked like he had it up, so it probably was the mana thing.
I'm pretty sure I saw the green dot, but I wasn't 100% sure.
No, it was
all
up.
that team fight. And regardless, no Supernova, no one fight there for EG. And again, we see the power of this Doom onto that Lifestealer. Negates a lot of the hero's strengths.
AUI is just kind of giving him free dooms in a lot of these team fights. Instead of standing in the back lines, being inside Fear or something and waiting for him to call the act, he's like saying, please doom me, I'm Lifestealer, I'm in the front lines. Maybe they just want to do that and have Sumail be free in the team fights. Because there's kind of no point in having the Lifestealer on the front lines in these situations, in my eyes.
Look at all these wards out from Mineski though. They know that the push is coming in top lane. 3 wards, the Bermuda Triangle of Vision coming out to give them a little bit of intel here, knowing where EG is, and they are all grouped up towards top. Mineski know this, but as always the question is going to be what can they do about it? Because there's an ancient granite golem with a Lifestealer inside of it, and no real great way that Mineski can really throw back at this golem to actually deal with it. So
Yeah.
hey, you can just walk in there, punch a couple of buildings, punch a couple of heroes, and with a ghost pop, he is the barrier. He is the guy in between all of these friendly and enemy heroes.
Oh,
Jules, the force stab of the song. Jules can't do anyone. There's no buyback. Here, go forward, Bender, and score the ghost. The song is not going to save the pot. 70 seconds without her. And Mineski, they might just lose the game off the back of this one. A great play out from EG. Gonna secure themselves the top lane of Brax, and Sumail just walks up on her front line. He doesn't care about the silences. AUI is G. That means go in, go kill the Night Stalker. Takes him down and ready to take the score to the creep as well. Narcos doesn't stand a chance in the world, and now the double G's come out. Mineski, they say it's all over, and AUI apologizes profusely for the absolute of Mineski. One hiccup in the middle of the game, and Nargothr showed her strength, but it wasn't enough to defeat the Americans.
Yep, G is AUI's hotkey there. The players that probably writes down Roche.
Me.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
First blood. Fails.
First blood. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That's invading your head. Waste. Surgical.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Death and good are legions.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
My fire goes out.
Sound of mind and body. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I've got my ear to the ground.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
One shot there to the side, so everything in apart, and now moving on to Ake as well. Bulldog will be there to try and buy some space. Bulldog, he's falling though, the walls just end up munching on him as well. It's going to be a second and a third now with a sonic wave from Fada. Now looking towards Loader, he's got an Omni Slash, but this time, Jack, he's not missing his
Radiant's
stuns.
bottom
A
tower
fourth
has
kill
fallen.
for Liquid. An alliance just getting split apart there as a team and individually as well by the teeth of Matuma Man.
seems as if Alliance may not have considered a realistic view of having a silencer on your team. You're great at team fighting.
I mean,
Liquid have not really been team fighting. This is one of the biggest things for Lycan. You talk about his pushing, you talk about the howl, but scouting out
Radiant's
this
bottom
deep
tower is under
area of
attack.
The Alliance jungle is really where the strength of the hero is right now.
That's 4. Playing around with them here. Feels confident though with the backup of EGM and Ake. Yeah, Alliance's start to this game, now 7 for 2. You look at the net worth as well.
They need more mileage out of that runner. He has his
They
blink
need
dagger.
something, yeah. They need Bulldog to pull something off.
Within 5 minutes, all they've gotten is a whistle.
Dire's middle tower has been denied.
Bulldog certainly needs to find these big ones. And he's been unable to do it at the moment. The way that Liquid are playing, they're playing around it mid lane.
Like,
Alliance, they really want Liquid to overcommit by the looks of it. They just have these supports constantly sitting behind S4.
they never know where the Lycan is. The Lycan's constantly farming the jungle. They do have the Observer Sentry combination on the bottom, but from Silencer's point of view, I could always get jumped on by wolves, or there's a wolf with an Ion Shield next to me, or there's Matabamai and running at me with a Howl on. And his global silence does not do anything versus that.
Here we go. For a Smoke Alliance.
Run.
See if they can get him to land. Bulldog can land this one and he will. Jump straight if they can kill this man. They've got 4 beat down onto it. Can they actually take it down? They will finally go down here. So they get the big kill onto the Lycan. Now with the global silence, can Alliance chase down for
Radiant's
more.
bottom
As
tower
Blink
is under
himself out,
attack.
Kuroki tethers across. So it is just 1 kill, but the big kill nonetheless. They
That's
find
exactly
the Lycan.
what they needed from Bulldog.
Perfect
smoke.
Perfect asset.
Still, Liquid can do Roche
Yes.
very soon. Ideally, they probably want to take down that one ward, but having a Aegis on him to deal with this mass ultimate with the Cat Rider's lasso, extension, Supernova. If you can tank those and Lycan's still alive, you're in a
Radiant's
really
top
good
tower
spot
is under
to
attack.
continue to pressure down the towers. We need to take down this T1.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Really good stuff. So they're aware of all of this going on. They'll lay down another just in case Jax comes in.
Radiant's middle tower is falling.
They're going to stun out onto S4. Moving forward as well. S4 is being held alive by the Subway. He's going to be fine as well for the time being. Backs off and now Fada in on the front lines, the back lines. There's a beautiful Supernova in Liquid. They can't take it out. They've got to get themselves away. Actually, Matumba says they will. They'll finally be able to take down the Supernova. So double kill for Matumba.
Radiant's middle tower
for
is
1
under
trade.
attack.
Now Fada jumping in. Maybe he's not done. He's towards Loader, towards Bulldog. Ward is out and they will back themselves away, but a 2-4-1 trade just not going to be good enough here for Alliance. They need something bigger than that. Just only finding Jerax as a kill.
Dire's top tower is under
So much
attack.
damage on this side of Liquid. Alliance, maybe some damage from the Omni Slash. They didn't have lasso. That fight. DK forces.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Armor again, and he is quite poor.
Falling behind and kind of across the board on all 3 of the cores. It's not as good of a start as Alliance had in the first 2 games. Both games, even the one that they lost, they did have the relatively good laning phase. They were able to push it a little bit heavy.
Queen building the multi-orb first. That's curious.
What's the plan, man?
Lincoln's is
I mean,
very
it's
good.
not-
Yeah. Not good for support. Scythe is probably especially because he does not have a PKB. Scotty is just not an option. Lincoln's is also good to dump onto the Lycan, so he can kind of run around
Let's
freely.
go crazy.
They do have the last word to take it off. And Omnislash. Omnislash.
There's some player comparison here. S4 versus Fada so far this game.
Yeah, it's not that great of a matchup for Dragon Knight.
Yeah, as you said, he's sound.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They can't really farm. There's just too many threats. The supports just have to invest so much gold in the sentries. They are just no surprise at the bottom of the net worth. And on top of that, they have to
Dire's structures are fortified.
At all. What if there's a wolf with Iron Sword?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
What if there's a Nixon? What if they have
Dire's top tower has fallen.
These are all
coming in with a relocate, ready to go forward onto S4.
Radiant's
Man
bottom
getting
tower
himself
is
ready in the
under
big battle.
attack.
Wolf form and S4. He's got to run, but the stun, the Sonic Wave's there, and there's 2 gone. Just like that, Liquid ripping through 2 of Alliance's cores. And I mean, you've got to be so aware of that. Alliance go for these pushes.
Radiant
Every time there'll be a
structures are
relocate,
fortified.
there'll be a Nyx assassin.
Radiant's top tower is under
Once he
attack.
hits a stun on Jared, the follow-up to him. And
Radiant's top tower is fallen.
He's level 13. He's starting to scale up the necropush with the Vlad. It really is looking like a very, very scary game for Alliance, and now they're going to lose EGM as well. Mind control and Kuroki waltz into him in the jungle. Another pick off to the side, and I mean, Alliance, they really need to kind of just hang back and compose themselves at this point, because they are starting to fall apart.
Man, he was like, oh, Lycan and Nyx are tough. I'm safe, right? Nope, there's a Ion Shell, Dark Sword. They just know what they're safe, knowing
Juggernaut!
Look at this. Look at this, Ben. 18 minutes, Hex on Farda. Trying to get the jumping onto load. It won't be enough to actually get them the kill, as he is saved by the side. They got the wall for that one as well. So Alliance having to get away with their large attack. But yeah, this is Scyther's Vice rush here from Farda. Why this game?
Maybe so they don't have to rely on the Nyx to set up with relocate. I thought it was going to be a Nyx.
Yeah.
Just because it was more offensive, but they're firmly in the lead and just need to keep getting more and more kills. It's really excellent at dealing with BKBs, it's really excellent at dealing with the spin from the Juggernaut, even like the blink from Batrider, just so they can set up on kills quite cleanly. And if he can like, make an extra silencer in the fight,
Radiant's bottom tower is under
They know
attack.
someone's there. It is Kuroki. So at least they can try for an attempt on a kill, and now the problem is not messing. There's another Farda. He has been caught out by
Radiant's
the Lasso.
bottom
Going to do something
tower is
caught by
under
the
attack.
can't. Let's see a buyback from Kuroki. Wanting to get back in and help out the team. 2 dead now in Alliance. It's going to be a third as Matumba Man chases down, and Bulldog up to the north, taken down as well. A 4 kill again for Liquid. My goodness, this is. If you're Alliance, you need. I don't know.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He did claim the Bulldog back. I mean, to be fair on him, he's not had a bad game. He's not had a game where he's been able to find constant pick off after pick off. But it's not been
Sean has walked into the down.
They seem to be dealing very well with the heroes that Alliance have got, and keeping together as a team, making it hard for Alliance to find these smokes and successful picks. I mean, they've got Kuroki twice, but that's about it.
Kuroki has been playing amazingly well too. His game sense, the 2 times that he's died, I would say are actually both his best plays. Not slowing down the Queen of Pain due to the Batrider blink and popping that 5-man smoke, buying back, relocating in, and ensuring that he wins the team fight. He doesn't have boots, he gave away a little bit of hint, but in the grand scheme of things, they are owning.
Oh, they really, really are. Some big kind of just number differences between the 2 sides now, as we can see overall 12k net worth swing favouring the side of Liquid.
Look at how Alliance they don't know.
The help by I mean, they'll try and capitalize that. I mean, yeah, Kuroki, they've shown him a couple of times. They might be able to show him again. Oh, yeah, okay. Well done, guys. Kill Kuroki. Kuroki hate is real here from Alliance. Now, Alliance, they will be punished for this by the looks of it. They'll pop the Supernova. It's going to come in, but nice of them to be able to kill this extra. Nice in the sense that they may kill off the next assassin. No, there's your spike carapace. JK, Jarek survives, Ake won't, and now Fada jumps back in. And with Matumba Man, they end up cleaning up the rest of them on this top lane. It really does feel like Kuroki. He's essentially, yeah, he's the YOLO boy. He goes in on the front lines. It doesn't matter if he dies. At the end of the day, that's all part of the team fight plan here.
The next assassin Carapace, it is max at this point. He stopped a Sun Ray and a Carapace, and then he was there for round 2. with the characters. So support Mega definitely.
I mean, if you look at kind of going in from the beginning of this one, there's the comparison there between Load and the Timberman, and Timber 8.9. Huge amount of kill involved, but 17 of the 19 kills he's been there for. Of course, the GPM, XPM as well as showing that he is far, far ahead. And of course, Fada's performance is one of the top 8-0-5. They haven't been able to kill this Queen of Pain once this
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
At this point, oh, they might kill Kuroki. Oh no, this time they won't even get Kuroki. Oh, the Load, why are you? Oh.
Jarek's camping. He's probably laughing.
Yeah, I think he is definitely laughing right now.
Poor Lions. They're just so desperate for any sort of kills going to
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Poor old illusion.
I mean, yeah.
So what do they avoid?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That's gonna be you next time,
my
buddy.
father's name. I strike you down.
Oh, goodbye, Loader. Goodbye. I don't know, at this point. I mean, this is...
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
This is pretty much how we expected to match in terms of kind of tournaments before this one, the way that they've been playing now. EGM, he's going to be told to shut up himself. He's not shutting up anyone for the next 30 seconds, dying with the ultimate available.
Radiant structures are
At this point,
fortified.
Liquid just outclassing the Lions by
Radiant's middle tower has
how
fallen.
far is this down to the drop?
a lot of it is giving Liquid Lycan.
Yep.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Around the Lycan.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
This is kind of first 2 games, but this game they have a lot of scouting with the Wolves.
Maybe this is the turnaround bed. Global silence coming through. Loader looking to man. They've taken down, but he's got an Aegis. EGM on the sidelines being chased. The silence is gone. Can they kill this man? The Blade Furies. To a man tracking. Oh, the back of the stun. The walls gets chopped down. And there's 3 dead, 4 dead. Only S4 surviving. He gets chased down as well. He can't omelette toggle his way around from this one. And Alliance all hitting the deck. Liquid, absolutely brutal this
Radiant's
game.
bottom tower has fallen.
Radiant's
Radiant's
just
bottom
no
barracks
mercy,
are
no
under
chill here from the
attack.
boys.
Victory.
That GG is for Team Liquid this match. This was, as you said, I mean, like 100% win rate. It stays that way. I don't think you let Liquid have the like, unless you've got a great plan. And the plan just didn't come into place there for Alliance.
And it begs the question, should Admiral Bulldog be on a tempo controller? Not that he's that bad of a bat rider, it's just the team doesn't seem to play that well around it. And Loda gets his farm, but they've lost all map control by the time he gets his first big item. And you have Lycan on the other hand, once he gets his Vlads, everyone's just owning. He's on a beyond godlike streak. Fada has his scythe, and everything just fell into place for Liquid.
It really did, and everything fell on top of Alliance that game. I mean, Lycan 12-1-13, Matumba man. I mean, as you said, I'm sure there was points of that game where Liquid were just smiling.
The Darkseer was a big deal too. The Ion
Mind
Shell
control,
was
yeah. And Jerix as well. You know, on the Nisk Assassin, the panel kind of questioned it. Support Nisk Assassin, it really did work out there. You know, the setups for kind of the relocates, just the intel that Jerix was getting as well. I mean, at the start, yeah, he missed like a couple of stuns, but after that, he was hitting 2-3 people each and every time. And the setup was there for Fada to follow up with the Sonic Waves. And well, Liquid certainly bring the level that we expected them to bring to this major. That is a very convincing performance there from the side. And well, that's it from me and Ben. We'll head you back over to the panel to see what Red and the boys have to say about that as Liquid clean up 2-1 against Alliance.
Indeed they do. They do clean up. Nicely done. Thank you very much, OD Pixel and Melini at the commentary desk. We'll be refreshing our commentary desk, of course, for game number 2, or series number 2 very shortly. But let's break down our final game of the series in match number 1. Charlie, a much better response from Liquid, and one we perhaps didn't anticipate, considering that they put the Queen of Pain and the Nyx Assassin on the support in that game.
Yeah, that was a little off base, but, you know, But Tubman Lycan is a staple, and when in doubt, when you need a win, that's their go-to.
Yeah, 7 out of 7 now from Lycan picks over the last 3 months. They've picked him. They've won every game.
I think it's definitely one of the best. I don't want to say the best safe lane carry this patch, but definitely up there.
Yeah,
definitely up there.
He makes it look like it is. That's for damn sure.
I also want to talk about the Jax Nyx as well, because we've had quite a bit of criticism for this Nyx in the support role. Same as
those
F2
two
as well.
Those two did.
These two in particular, but also pretty much every analyst I've spoken to is like, not convinced by it, not really. Actually, is that the first time we've seen it where it's actually seemingly worked? Black came over and he was like, do you know what? Jerax right now, probably the best 4 player in the whole of the West. Can play pretty much anything and has now proved Nyx can work.
I think the Lycan sort of made the Nyx work very well, because I think when you draft a support Nyx, levels is his problem. So you needed a safe lane that can actually go jungle, so you leave the lane. That's what happened. That's why he was so quick on his level 6, and he was able to do gangs early because of that. If you don't have a safe laner that can go jungle, that doesn't happen that quick.
Okay.
Yep.
Fog?
That's pretty much like the gist of it. Like, that's pretty much what you want to do when you have a support that struggles to find his levels, especially one like Nyx, because he can't move. He can't move at all. Like, the stun is very short range. It's very hard to land because it's not targetable at all. And if you have that position where you have either a hero that can go jungle or a hero that can go and cause like some havoc across on the other side of the map, and you leave the Nyx for the levels, it pretty much becomes not really a support at that point.
And Matumba Man having yet another great game, Charlie. You highlighted him at the start of the series, picked him out as potentially the MVP for the whole thing. Delivered.
Yeah, he did. This goes back again to Liquid wanting to make Matumba the star. They want to make other teams fear him.
Yeah.
They want to, because when you fear a player like that, when you go into a draft and you think, oh man, I got to deal with Sumail or I got to deal with Miracle, it's just another burden, another thing to think about that the enemy team has to deal with, and that's what Liquid wants.
Yeah. For Alliance, the issue is the same. This system really doesn't feel like it fits them. Like putting Bulldog on the tempo control just doesn't feel fluid for their team movement. It really doesn't. They have to put him on a farming hero.
Yeah, you were mentioning that even before they drafted the Fiora in the last game. You're like, they need to put Slaughter on Loda and they need to pick another carry, and it worked for them perfectly. And then obviously you see this when they drift away from it, and you can kind of see what happened. Even though Liquid did play incredibly well in this game.
Let's talk a little bit about Alliance as well. Not the outcome they would have hoped for on EGM's birthday. But nevertheless, they've got more to play for throughout this group, because now they've put up a good fight against Liquid. That's probably going to be their toughest game, Charlie.
Yeah, and you know, if you think about it, if that first game had gone a little differently, Alliance could have 2-0'd Liquid.
Yeah.
Just a little mistake at a Roshan fight cost them that series.
Yeah, indeed. What do you think of their chances in the group now? Has it improved? Do you feel more confident that they might get out of this group in the top 2 spots?
I don't think so. Fnatic look really, really good. I would still take Liquid and Fnatic to be the top 2 spots here. Okay. And I think even VGR could give Alliance, a pretty good fight.
We're going to have Fnatic Liquid next in our winners game. And presumably you fancy Liquid will take that one and Fnatic drop back down. Does that give Alliance a better chance if they can come back through and play Fnatic? Or do you think Alliance would quite like another crack at Liquid if Fnatic do it the other way around? What do you think Alliance would be preferring?
Honestly, I don't think Alliance's chances are great against them.
Really?
Yeah, I agree as well. And I think
you don't think like the best of 3 they've just had, and gaining all that information and understanding the different drafts and the way that they've played and what works for them and what works for Liquid, you don't think that's going to help them if they play again?
I guess maybe versus Alliance it might help a little, but it did seem like Alliance was...
If they're willing to change their playstyle, it will help. But if you watch something and you don't change and you don't adjust anything of your own, then what does it do to help you?
Could you not argue they did change their playstyle though, and it didn't work, and the second game was actually their playstyle and it worked?
And then they switch again. For some reason.
Yeah.
Stick to their guns.
They have to stick to
Bulldog. To what they know.
Yeah, Bulldog farming.
And the problem here is they don't have very many guns.
Yeah.
They have that one system that works, and then beyond that, nothing else.
Yeah.
Reserve time. LGD.
Because obviously I was casting the other one, but I don't know. LGD was certainly not flawless. I think LGD, like my prediction was that LGD would just swamp whoever they faced up against, whether it was EG
10
or
seconds
Mineski, just because I
remaining.
don't value Mineski particularly high. So if EG have a tough
5
time,
seconds remaining.
losing a game and
Evil
then having a
geniuses
tough time in
turn to
game number
ban.
3, then that brings my opinion of them down. Like, now, maybe Mineski have really stepped it up, but I just doubt they've stepped it up enough, to be like, holy cow, EG and Mineski are like next leveling
10
things, and
seconds
they're
remaining.
actually going to actively contest LGD. But maybe I'm entirely wrong. Like I said, I didn't see the
We
series.
also have to remember
Seconds
EG's
remaining.
track record.
This
Tournaments
is
have never
true.
started off well for EG.
Yeah.
Reserve
Obviously,
time.
they're still trying to find their place in the world at the moment. So there's a lot of things which aren't going right for them, but we might start to see things being ironed out as time goes by. Obviously, you've gotten through one series, maybe even playing the extra game was a good thing for Evil Geniuses. It gives them more time to work out what the hell is wrong or what is right, and try and go with that. But we're going through the draft now. So what a surprise, Phoenix and Lifesteal. This is probably
LGD's turn to
becoming one of the most popular 1-2s in the drafting phase. And Doombringer and Bane coming out here for Evil Geniuses. So something a little bit more passive with the Doombringer, and one of Bane being one of PPD's favorite heroes to play support-wise.
Yeah, it's something that's a little specific
5
to
seconds
EG,
remaining.
and I think it's a really good counter to, well, not really good, but it's a pretty
Reserve
good
time.
support counter to the Lifestealer. So I think this is pretty good choice by Evil Geniuses. I also like Doom against Lifestealer a lot as well. Like, Doom will eventually build into armor items. Early on, he's obviously very susceptible to the Lifestealer's damage, but later on into the game, you Doom the Lifestealer, you'll have a Shiva's most likely with you.
LGD's
There are
turn
so
to
many
pick.
ways that you counter and can kite the Lifestealer with Doom on your team in team fights. So I think Evil Geniuses do have the counters, but at the same time, it may not
10
matter.
seconds
This is the
remaining.
kind of draft where, okay, you can draft all the
5
counters in the
seconds
world,
remaining.
but you execute well enough with Lifestealer and Phoenix, and they're just like the stronger heroes in the
Reserve
meta.
time.
That's
Yeah.
the way to put it.
Yeah, you're 100% right. Like, it counter all you want. There's a reason why these heroes are having such a good win rate. In fact, let me actually just double check it right now. The Lifesteal has been picked
Evil
out of, I know we're
Geniuses
still
turn to
updating this as
pick.
time goes on, so it might be a little bit higher than this, but the latest update was 13 picks of a Lifestealer. He's at a 69% win rate in the competition so far.
Damn, my Lions in third place at 12. That was my most picked
10
hero.
seconds
I
remaining.
actually think I had the same in my compendium predictions.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty smart one.
Five
The funny thing is,
seconds
though,
remaining.
like we talked about how great the Lifestealer is, Phoenix has also been one of those heroes which dropped down in his win
Reserve
rate. He's
time.
actually 33.33% and picked up 12 times.
Repeating, of course.
Of course.
That's because Phoenix has a certain kind of playstyle, and it was seen a lot at Epicenter, and we saw it at Shanghai. So teams have had a lot of time to be able to adjust to this hero. Lifestealer, they haven't had as much time to adjust. This is a relatively fresh hero in the meta that started off in pubs about a month ago and has made its way now into the big stage. So I would attribute that a little bit to the reasoning why these two different heroes have a very distinctly different win rate. Also, something sample sizes, that sort of thing. But it's going to be, I think LGD, if they draft Lion, have a pretty superior lineup.
Yep. It seems like they've got so much survivability. The only thing they're missing right now is the initiation disable, which Lion kind of ticks that box on.
Yeah, I mean,
10
LGD are just like,
seconds remaining.
ultimately, at the end of the day, LGD are kind of like Evil Geniuses, like the old Evil Geniuses philosophy of
Evil
draft
Geniuses
yourself
turn to
like
pick.
really good team fight and make sure you have the better late game, and you can always defend and you can always push the like, even if you don't have technically the better late game, when you have these big team fight ultimates, you always have a chance
10
at being able to
seconds
win the late
remaining.
game. That's what heroes like Tidehunter and Enigma do for you, just because the
5
right
seconds
ultimate
remaining.
is so impactful
Yeah.
that even at a strategic disadvantage in the late game, you can still win it. So
Reserve time.
LGD has a very similar philosophy in that regard, and it's primarily Evil Geniuses. It's more of the fact that we always have a fallback mechanism, right?
Yep.
For LGD, it's because they're like they're the
LGD's
kings.
turn
That
to
is their mod. They're the kings of being able to defend high ground. So in that regard, LGD's lineup it fits their style very well. It's a relatively easy lineup to execute, and considering the meta, it's rather strong. Now, what Evil Geniuses are doing is that they're trying to get the counters in. I think they're doing a really good job of doing so. I have no problems with their draft whatsoever, but it does, in my opinion, require a higher level of execution. If you said that both teams were on the same level, I would say that Evil Geniuses would actually win this game with the draft they're setting up right now, just because.
But you still give the advantage to LGD just because you think the team currently is more superior.
Yeah, I think the team's a little bit better. I think they're going to play a little bit better. They have the lineup that's easier to execute, et cetera, et cetera. And that is something that's really important. Like, we are watching the best teams in the world, right?
Yeah.
But Dota is a game of mistakes. No team plays a flawless game. So just because we're talking about the best of the best doesn't mean that that the idea of lineups being easier to execute isn't like really impactful in what actually happens inside a game. You can't think, oh, but they're the best players in the world. They can play whatever lineup. It is actually really important because Dota's a game of mistakes, and that's why Draw Ranger strats exist, right? Like Draw Ranger strats are literally like the easiest strats in the game to execute in the world, right? It's like very straightforward. Strategically, like it should be countered, but you play it the right way, and the enemy makes one mistake, and the game's over.
Yep. But this is actually something which was balanced like a couple of years ago when the push strats basically got completely nerfed. Like, because back then it was like you could push and you always have something which you lets you push again later on. But now the push strats, like with something like Draw Ranger behind it, kind of get crippled if they don't work, and then you normally fail if you go past 35.
Yeah.
We're about to end up our draft right now as LGD. EG, because they're now going to run a 4-position Doom, they can pick up that Queen of Pain for Sumail. They've got some good initiation. They've got some good pushing behind themselves. LGD, they're going to wrap up with an Ember Spirit, so they've actually got some counter push of their own, which was something I actually wasn't that concerned about with Tidehunter as well as Sunray. You're not really under that much pressure.
Yeah, I actually missed it. What was the last bands? Unfortunately, I was too busy thinking about the last pick.
The stream's already caught up if that's what you're trying to look for. You're going to track Dota.
I'm going to track Dota, see if I can figure this out. Because I was kind of curious. Because the thing was, you knew... Oh, they banned Razor. Well, I guess that's kind of... sorry. They banned Dragonite. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Dragonite.
Yeah, the high ground pushing hero. That makes sense. There's only two options for LGD. They get a really strong pushing hero, which that does kind of fit the bill in Dragonite. That's why EG banned it. Or they pick up another carry mid. That is the only two ways that their lineup works currently against Evil Geniuses, because Lifesteal is not a real, like, he's kind of in the Sven zone in that he's not the greatest single core carry, just because you have a lot of issues of being kited, and there are very distinct counters by Evil Geniuses.
You son of a... I have to close down Dota quickly and restart it.
Okay.
Thirty seconds to battle. The battle begins.
Never
Worthy
refuse
tribute.
gold given. Face it. You're
Now he's in his nightmare, but Jowley's back.
Didn't they have him?
coming through.
Didn't they have him? They got a kill.
Okay, now they.
Yeah.
Blood, he'll back out, Anchor smashes up, there goes your Fairy Fire, and even with the crit, it's not enough.
We just up here.
I mean, AEY had a very, much clearer understanding than I did apparently of Blaze Fury and exactly how much damage he would do. Because I really thought, when he went for that right click on the title, I was like, spin, you've got the kill. He knew it wasn't going to be quite enough. Fairy Fire, one of the big reasons why. Still though, Zhao Wei doesn't even have enough for any regen. So he's going to have to sit in base, wait for a Sal. And that's still pretty limiting, obviously.
Who's happier with this kind of pace of the game? Like, are you happy as EG knowing that who's getting the most out of this map right now?
I think EG because they have a 4-position Doom. That is really
Thought you had
the
that,
big
didn't you?
difference. The off-laners are going to be in a similar position, it seems. Where they're both going to be pretty heavily threatened, a little under-farmed, but the 4-position Doom is already level 4, and will hit his ultimate rather early, and can start hunting heroes like the Tidehunter, who he's a very direct counter to, or the Ember Spirit, who obviously you would love to be able to shut down early.
Oh, passive game.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's some of these games, it's just because so many of the lineups are focusing on the mid game, and we offlaners in general are playing a lot safer.
Warriors of the wood.
Jungle half the time. If they are going to be laning phase, they're actually playing pretty damn defensively. This is just a progression of a rather dangerous place if you choose to actually lane.
That's kind of the downside of it.
Too bad.
Talk about like trying to play a safer rotates in behind Sumail.
First
that head start up, they're going to get
in
it too. There's no
flames.
flame guard, but there is searing chains of Owl, and there it is. Sumail, he's got stick charge, but it's not enough. Ember Spirit will take the first blood.
and Samal gets picked before Ember has to commit with Spirit's initiation.
Yeah, great rotation, and as you were kind of pointing to, this means maybe gets level 6 before the Queen of Pain, and there offers
Radiant's
a whole
middle
other
tower
round
is under
of kill
attack.
opportunities for LGD. They may be able to get Sumail shut down again. Now, Sumail is one of those mids that is able to recover from getting shut down. We saw and heard actually from Charlie his story of DAC and how that was kind of a sticking point for Sumail previously, and how he was able to grow past that. And I think this is actually the reason why Sumail is such a valuable mid nowadays over even some players like Artur. When he does get focused down, he knows how to get right back up, whereas it seems like Artur is still struggling with that concept when he does get focused, which is very often.
Samal, okay. With all this going on too, like there's been de-warding galore from LGD. They took out that first ward, obviously we saw that one happen near the top river. They also managed to de-ward the observer ward in the bottom river. It only had like a minute left on it, but it was still something. And EG just needs to know when the gank is coming. So they're actually committing scans. They scan to see MMY hovering around that mid, waiting to jump in.
Very smart play. Sumail needs to still stay in lane, but if he gets maybe level 7, he can consider a rotation. The hard part is, where does he rotate to, right? Like if he's gonna try and gank.
Fear and AUI come to him. In fact, they're bringing their core with phase boots, so.
Oh yeah, that's because they've got the ultimate.
Yep.
Doom's ready to go.
LGD now, they're doing their defensive scan, so they're looking towards the top river approach. Which, funnily enough, if they did this maybe 10 seconds later, they would have actually hit Fear as well as AUI as they attempted this move. So you know it's coming. MMY, who was waiting in the trees, their scan doesn't trigger anything, so they feel that maybe they're safe enough.
Maybe revealed soon. They have to go into their smoke as it's about to pop, and sure enough, they do get spotted out by the tower, and Doom will go back to the jungle. AUI doesn't even have a TP to return back to the bottom lane, so I'm not sure what he's going to be doing.
There's also that observer wall that's on the radiant side of the river. He's able to see just far enough away to get a glimpse of AUI. But now what are you doing? Like, you're letting Zhao 8 farm bottom lane to try and get PPG his level 6, but this in turn also gives Zhao 8 his level 6, so you're going to say hello to Ravage pretty soon. The Phoenix has really been stopping that one. Primary man. But sort of speaking of PPGs, goodbye. There's actually no dust available, but you bring him the Sunray damage and get more than enough to get from that
Dire's top tower is under attack.
A little bit too slow.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yeah, the only hope that is, like, he's guaranteed dead there. The only play, and he does have an opportunity to pull it off, is to nightmare himself at the last second and gives it to him.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Unfortunately.
This is at least a decent trade-off for EG. They're going to take the top
Radiant's
tier 1
bottom tower is under
is
attack.
The primary part of their push lineup when you've got the army of Treants of Volba, and then you combine it up with the healing ward of AUI. Even if it's only level 1,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And LGD abandoned. They had no intention of fighting that. And they don't get anything in return. Like, Yahweh is farming a bottom lane, sure, but they don't get a counter in return.
Poor Sumail. they have to address him just because Pop is a natural snowballing hero anyway, and it's also a pretty decent counter to the Lifestealer, as well as potentially the Ember Sphere, if he's far enough ahead. But he's feeling so much pressure from LGD that he's not actually getting the space. Now he is playing this really well. He's playing very far back. He knows the danger that he's in, and that's the amazing thing about it is he doesn't even have vision on his side.
Yep.
Like he's surrounded by vision on both sides from LGD. They put it on the river on both sides, and he has nothing, and yet he still has yet to be successfully ganked past that early rotation, which I think it's natural to dive once to it. Ever since then, he's learned, okay, they're gonna be focusing me. Time to sit back and play back as much as possible.
They also kind of relieve a little bit of pressure here, EG, because they're committing AUI to stay on this top lane. He's kind of like one of the very few heroes that can battle against LGD, because he can just spin TP out.
Yeah.
So he's not really concerned about a Ravage rotation or Lion unless Lion gets the jump. And they've got an Observer Ward down to help with that kind of thing. So they keep the pressure on the tier 2 tower. So what are you going to do? Like, if you back up as LGD and you try and evade into EG's jungle, then he spins, he takes out the tower, once the person knows you're there, and then damages, sorry, takes out the creep wave and then damages out the tower. So it's kind of like LGD are also in that decision position. Like, do you try and gank? Do you try and deal with the attack into your own jungle?
I think the play right now for Evil Geniuses, I think they've got themselves really well spread out. They're using, as you pointed to, they're using AUI very well with his aggressive push out in the safe lane. In fact, I love this play where he cuts all the way in front of the tier 3.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, but at the end, isn't this fine? I mean, it takes so much time from LGD to get this kill, and it's a 4-position Doom. Like, yeah, he's pretty farmed. He's a little over-leveled, but at the end of the day, Evil Geniuses are still maximizing efficiency because they had PPD also farming bottom. They had like all 5 of their heroes were actually farming all at once. So if they lose one hero to a 3-man rotation, and was that a smoke from LGD as well?
I don't think so. I think they just walked it.
Yeah.
But actually, it had to have been a smoke. Fear wouldn't have stayed there when there's.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it had to be a smoke.
Yeah, it's definitely smoke. So a 3-man smoke rotation like that for a single pickoff on a 4 position when 4 other heroes are still getting farmed, I think that's good for EG. This is one of the things that I think PPD sets up his team.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
When possible, they did this all the way back in TI5. Is just spreading themselves out with these kind of heroes.
You surpassed the master.
Bulb is right there. PPD needs a Fiend's Grip. Going to pick it up as well. Do they want to commit the Doom from Fear? It shouldn't really be required. Not when he's got that War Stomp sitting inside of him. Thanks to the devoured up Centaur.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
With a very simple maneuver. They just walked over, and that happened 30 seconds after LGD's bottom River Ward expired.
Yeah, now look at that pickoff, right? Like, it's higher priority than the Doom is for LGD. And September, as well as MMY, are not farming during that period of time. So the trade-off is, last time it was a support for 4 heroes farming. For LGD, it's a core for 2 other cores farming. That is not working.
MMY, he's got an Infest inside that. Okay, no. Lifesteal doesn't want to pop back out. AUI almost looks like he wants to try and fight this. They're fighting into Ravage.
Dire's middle tower has been denied.
One time when Zhao Waits had himself a moment where he's like, Ravage is worth committing. And with the Observer Ward behind the lines, they see maybe TPing in and realize this is not the fight EG wants. They waste time with LGs. They brought all 5 heroes to that mid lane.
It was some pretty good discipline because you could read a scenario where EG could actually kill the Tidehunter before he ravages, right? If they run in and Omni-slash him and Queen of Pain just throws out Sonic Wave from a distance, that probably like one-shots the Tide and they kill him without Ravage being used, or even if Ravage is used, probably doesn't hit Juggernaut and maybe only the Queen of Pain from a distance. So that is like a possible scenario. It's just not very assured. There's kind of like a medium risk to it, and that's unnecessary when Evil Geniuses are doing well for themselves. Because the thing is, EG will need to get aggressive at some point in time, but they aren't like MVP. What they do is they spread themselves out, they farm very economically, they get a farm advantage over their opponents, and then when they hit their timings with their items, that's when they start being aggressive. MVP is a team that will look and always be thinking about how to be able to force the fight and find the opening kind of no matter what.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
The strategy, the overall arching strategy, I should say.
Can't see the forest.
Volva initiated on PPD, actually cancels his TP. He wants to help out here, and then I think he realized that he really cannot.
No.
So Volva will end up dying.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Bottom lane, the spin's gonna go. That Ravage from Zhao perfectly timed just as the spin ended, but the Omni Slash as well as the Sonic Wave, they find the kill.
Dire's bottom tower
he's
is
not
under
gonna
attack.
burn out from this in September. Attempts his TP out to Mail, however, he'll have the damage.
Perfect. I mean, that was perfect on both sides, right? LGD executed that really well, hitting the Ravage the moment that AUI drops to the ground for Omni Slash.
Dyer's bottom tower is under attack.
Pretty quickly.
Dyer's
Bomber trying to
bottom
get a little
tower
bit more damage
has
to the Wrath of
fallen.
Nature. MMY will drop him with actually the brain set from PPD. He gets a lot of life back and then walks away from maybe while he is sitting there looking at the Nightmare. And bottom lane was also taken. EG. And it's just trade-off after trade-off. It's now pushing on to about a 5k network expansion.
So from what I had heard, it seemed like EG executed really well in Game 1 against Mineski, drafted themselves rather well too. And I'm feeling like a similar story here. The draft was like, you know, I sided with LGD just because I thought they would be the stronger team, but I did think that Evil Geniuses drafted really well to counter what LGD was doing, and they seem to be outplaying LGD quite well. And it's not in like rushed out team fights or anything. It's in some very specific strategic movements around the map that is actually outplaying LGD more than anything.
And this is the kind of stuff we were talking about when the game was starting, and that we didn't think was achievable.
Yeah.
And the fact that we were actually doing this, we thought we did the same thing in Game 2.
Yeah, this is a good sign. I know we both have EG rated pretty highly for the tournament. You know, I was a bit pessimistic.
I had more confidence about it because I thought out of like, I think it was
the rune of illusion.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, I
Radiant's
can't remember
bottom
who said it,
tower
but
is
it
under
was like,
attack.
yeah,
Dyer's
fear is a
top
person
tower
who will
is under
always make
attack.
Like,
Dyer's
this guy's got so
structures
much
are
experience
fortified.
underneath his
Radiant's
belt.
bottom
He's
tower
learned
has
not
fallen.
just about Dota, but everything surrounding
He's literally there helping him. Jalway, the Nightmare's on him. There is no
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
They look at PPD. Maybe Jalway caps him with the Ravage if he wants to stop this one. PPD's low with the brain sap. Nightmares himself up. But it's still a 1-for-1 trade-off. Fierce behind the lines. Now the Ravage will pop. And here as well as AUI. There's no matter of which one he cannot trigger his ultimate. They just run themselves away. A 2-for-1 trade-off. Bulba does his TP and Sleight of Fist Searing Chains. Bulba,
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, that was kind of unlucky. He had 4 Treants surrounding him, and Baby still managed to get the Searing Chains on the right target. So, a bit unfortunate there, but overall, I don't think Evil Geniuses... I was just about to comment, like, their decision-making has been really smart. I don't think necessarily, like, that was, like, obviously we know in hindsight that was not the play to actually fight that in any way.
Yeah.
But it wasn't, like, really obvious, right? Like, but PPD had a good read where he was like, they're not going to be able to stop this Fiend's Grip right away. Let's try and fight this one. LGD, to their credit, responded really well. September pops his Supernova when he's just barely in range of the Bane. So when it explodes, it'll hit the Bane. He's getting some damage out. But also, it creates this target where they can't go for the Fiend's Grip target. They have to go for the Supernova. And that is the play that actually ties it all together for LGD to win that fight. So props to him, and that's why Phoenix is so feared in LGD's hand. It's not just the technical or strategic aspects. Some of the September's decision making.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They've slipped into Roshan, and LGD have no idea about this. Obviously, it's a lot easier once Ravage is down and Supernova is down.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They'll definitely take Xiaowei's life. He's got that helm up, and well, Omni Slash really won't matter. In fact, he gets orchided. That's a fresh one over
Radiant's
on
top
Sumail.
tower is
So he
under
ends
attack.
up reviving himself away,
Dyer's
but
bottom
then
tower
returning to
is
the
under
scene of the
attack.
crime. 2 heroes down, no buybacks available, and EG has got a huge opening.
Yeah, they've been like they've made one mistake, and that was top lane, and now they don't seem to be making any more. LGD, they've been exposed a few more times, and this is the point, by the way, where the Queen of Pain is incredibly strong. Counter to the Ember Spirit, counter to the Life Stealer, and
Radiant's
EG.
middle tower is under attack.
They hit that timing harder than I ever could have imagined, to be honest. 20-minute rack.
That's kind of crazy to think about. Like, the fact you were able to pick up the Paladin pretty easily, he was isolated, so the Omniscience from AUI did its perfect work. You didn't have to commit Phoenix Grip, and the Major controller was also like taking out the Phoenix in the way, so there was no Sunray, there was no real D-push from LGD, because the 2 heroes that died are practically your D-push until the Battle Fury is over on Major. Because he got orchided. And they couldn't be aware of that. Like, that was picked up maybe 30 seconds before the push came out. And they did all of this under the protection of an Aegis. You've just hit the bottom rack, sub 20 minutes.
Yeah, now Shadowblade. I love Shadowblade Doom in games like this. Blinking on top of an Ember Sphere and trying to get a Doom out, that's not going to work. You'll always be able to jump to his Remnant first. The same kind of goes for Lifestealer. Lifestealer will always rage, and then he dodges maybe some of the follow-up disablers or something, runs himself away. But Shadowblade allows you to be able to pick off these heroes when they go for the split push. For example, like maybe he has an Invis rune right now, but he's going to try and like all of a sudden pop out and push the lane in, and Fear might already be in position to counter him.
The only downside is going for the field.
Yeah.
So he can't just go for it, because he TP'd to the top lane with the Dire Observer Ward's already there. Also, LGD tried to get rid of the established vision they knew each would put down. They got rid of one of them with a very didn't get deep sentry multiple too far off. People playing around the mid lane, as they're playing, they're about to find the kill. And that only going to work. Killed the Bulba. AUI wants to go before that. Omniscience is up at level 2, and Xiaowei completely isolated. They're coming in closer. Try and take it up. Sonic Wave hitting on 3. You've got the Ravage, and maybe they can turn this. AUI underneath the tower. What do you turn it for? There's an Aegis. The Immortal is the only thing that's really lost.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Nope. It's going to end right now. You've got no Phoenix, the Ravage is blowing, so you've got a 2-minute window here for EG. And with the Glimmer Cape from PPD, he wants to slip in and find something. Fear's also walking forward. They're worried that they're actually visible hence they drop the sentry, but they are not.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Ooh, man, EG really know how to turn up the heat. Holy cow, this is so good by them. I imagine by 25 minutes they were threatening Arax. But the fact that they actually got the racks before 20 minutes are now considering to, push high ground a second time before 25 minutes. This is just like EG keeping up a very fast tempo game, and it's smart because they're reading the biggest openings in LGD, that time where you only have, maybe you don't have Battle Fury, maybe you just got Battle Fury, but you're definitely exposed to Orchid either way. The Lifestealer isn't that full team fight force. Just because he can't necessarily do it alone, and they don't have the better initiation. That's what's really lacking for LGD right now. If they have like,
so yeah, that's certainly fresh. However, top lane maybe he's in trouble. Doomed. As well as Orchid. No, he'll survive. He'll survive.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how much the Orchid once it popped would do, but
they also had the back from Xiaowei. And that's what gave them the extra bit of safety life to come.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So LGD, again, they are getting rid of this aggressive vision of EG. That's not a realistic. That's the whole lane. It's continuously going to force them back into their base, while AUI is just effectively taking all of the resources from the LGD side of the map. They can't even slip out and take their Ancients or any of their jungle camps, because EG's pushing them the top lane, obviously, because they've already got the bottom lane pushed in, so they're fine with that.
Yeah, despite what I was talking about, like them maybe pushing high ground a second time before 25 minutes, I don't think that's the play. I think Evil Geniuses need to sit back and just control this game until the second Roshan, and then use that to go high ground. They can just starve EG out because they've got 4 really good farming heroes. They can turn Doom into a 4, like he already is, with 9k net worth.
Absorb Board goes down, they catch out Sumail, and say goodbye to your Queen of Pain. Phoenix will be the one to get the kill, taking 715 gold.
So when you spread out and kind of try and starve the enemy for resources and outfarm them for a while, the natural response is going to be some
Radiant structures are fortified.
Off kilter a little bit. They'll gain some map control back, that sort of thing. Maybe they even get objective, which we'll see in Tier 1 up. But those are to be expected. You hope to be able to minimize your losses, but you can still continue to go for this play as soon as the Queen of Pain is back up. So Not the end of the world, this pickoff on the Queen of Pain, both sides essentially just doing what they're supposed to for now.
EG don't want to throw away this advantage they've managed to pick up, which is What else do we get? So I was actually wondering what Bulb was going to pick up. He was walking around with almost 4k gold.
Yeah.
So he kind of had a lot of options, but he went for the Maelstrom as well as Blink Dagger.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Bulldog. So we can keep that slip push going. BPD's going to get rid of the vision after they pick up. Okay, Bulber brought the creep wave too. That thing was perfectly aligned. Bulber is not in a good position. He starts his TP. He'll dodge the stun from MMY, but he's so low. If they just get vision, a finger of death will kill him. They come through, and in fact, they don't even need the finger. Bulber, maybe not the greatest thing there, actually dragging the dire creep wave into his position where he attacked.
Another pickoff. Evil Geniuses are bleeding a little bit too much away this time. That being said, LGD are doing a great job. I would love to actually see them put up another one of these Furion wards just on the bottom side, the bottom half of the map, just to really make sure that Bulba, because it's tough to gank. You can't really gank AUI, right? Like, how are you going to do that? You have to blink Hex, and that's entirely on MMY with aggressive insight in order to kill that hero. It's just so much easier to punish the Furion. So I'd like to see their vision kind of focus around that. And if they get enough pickoffs, they might actually be able to win the Roshan fight. They get the Aegis, and all of a sudden this game looks a lot more in the favor of LGD. I mean, already with the farm of maybe it's progressing decently well. He's about to get the counter to the Orchid in the form of Manta Styles. So
he can finally break free of that silence.
yeah, and Aggressive will have the really significant mid-game damage upgrade with the Desolator coming in as well. So that's another significant one that Evil Geniuses, they can plan around the late game, and that's fine and everything, but they, ideally, you want to be able to close out this game by 35.
Warriors of the wood!
If you want to finish by 35, you can have to lose that choice, having something more like, I don't know if you actually want to say Necros when you're going up against a Lifestealer, but something that gives you more push for EG to go up high ground. I was thinking Necros on Bulba.
No. I don't think so. I think they're still good with this build on the Fury and everything else. They're controlling this game really well. I mean, remember they already pushed one laner back, so they don't necessarily.
They may get a moment like that again. Like right now, Zhao Wei going forward from AUI. Again, Zhao Wei isolates himself from the creep wave. The ultimate. There's 50 seconds without the Tidehunter. There is Roshan who just respawned. All the screen and scout him out. He's going to skip the mid. Looking for that Roshan. What's going to happen?
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. Evil Geniuses will just get the Aegis, and they'll start going high ground, either mid or top. Start chopping away
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
as Aegis, and then LGD are going to be the ones forced into a disadvantageous fight. That being said, they do have the right kind of heroes to be able to defend high ground successfully.
Radiant's
they still
top
have
tower
Ravage
is under
plus
attack.
Supernova. That's a team fight winner by itself, that combo. And then you can go ahead and throw a Battle Fury Ember Spirit over the top, and things are really difficult.
If the Supernova can do enough now. Because you got BKBs over on the Queen of Pain as well as on the Doombro.
Well, that's why it's combined with the Ravage, right? You have to hit the Ravage and get that disable on all the heroes before the Supernova goes down around the same time.
If BKBs come off, or if they just time it up against like the spin of AU, then LGD.
Oh yeah, exactly. That's why it's essential for LGD to always get the initiation first, to get the disables on these BKB heroes.
It has to come from MMY, but like Zhao is using a full staff. It's not that instant jump.
Oh, that is true.
From a Tidehunter.
Yeah, he might be able to get the Blink Dagger before the push, but okay. I actually agree with this. I think he like tanking up is not the bad idea. So you are right. MMY is going to have to be the full out. Instant disabler on some of these magic immune potential heroes, and then they'll have the Tide already being on the front lines because he's just going to be purely tanked up. Shiva's next, I believe.
It's Sumail Shiva's actually coming as well.
Yeah, smart decision. The whole team. AC and Shiva.
Just on the edge. Just on the edge of the fence.
Oh my god, he gets it off!
The Doomsday broke away. That Ravage is practically nothing. Same with the Supernova. This is what LGD feared. They've lost their big ultimate. Now with the Omni Slash as well, you're gonna lose everybody. LGD, they are on the run. EG are looking good. They're looking back, and aggressive is down. Ember Spirit, the only sole survivor of LGD. They thought they actually had the better opening. It's out the Doombringer. All for glass.
Yeah, that was PPD making the clutch sleep and Fiend Script play, and then Fear obviously being able to get off the BKB before the Finger or Ravage. And now LGD, this is like a last-ditch scenario where you have to double buy that because they can't, like one lane of Brax is okay, LGD could recover from that, but a second lane of Brax, no way.
Like with this, maybe just gets orphaned and brought down. 72 seconds on the sideline. He does have buyback, but okay, well I guess we can have ourselves another buyback coming out from LGD. Nice forward. Fears on the run. AUI has to spin himself away from that Lime Stealer. That Lime Stealer still has terrible, terrible damage. There's Bulba. They glimmer him up. They try and get some space here, but it's not going to happen. So EG will lose their profit as well as the Queen of Pain. They don't really get that much in return. The big tower's gone down, the range ranks is low, but they did do a lot of damage to the top, which Bulba attempted to do. But
yeah,
you do get buybacks out from the 3 cores of LG.
Ever since the change up where they really nerfed the buyback gold penalty has a really big effect. The fact that both the Lifestealer as well as the Ember Spirit were the ones who picked up those 2 kills on courts on the Evil Geniuses does really hurt the comeback potential of very minimal away from that, which is why they actually have to start pushing forward aggressively.
They're on one, Fiend Grip on the other, and you guys gonna jump in. Look,
Radiant's middle tower has
he
fallen.
actually got a decent amount of it, unfortunately. There's a lot of help from LGD coming right behind.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
PPD out for 50 seconds. There's no buyback available.
Radiant
Ravage is
structures
26
are
seconds
fortified.
away. You've got Nova up and running again. And LGD, they're going down mid-heavy out of push here up against EG.
I'm not sure why they didn't do that. It just seems like one of those unnecessary risks.
Oh, the blink in! He goes for more, starts to spin up, Bubble TP out. They got the order for MMY, that will be a very dead Lion. But now when the impact pop out, Xiaowei, 2 seconds, 1 second, he half away from the BKBs. The Omni Slash looking for the kill, aggressive will tank up most of it. The Nova brought down, so will Xiaowei. It's life taken away. They lost their own gem that was picked up by the Phoenix.
Gotta keep moving, or I
losing out
suffocate.
Heavily there. That fight seemed a little odd at the start from AUI, but
Oh, that
came together.
was PPD's gem. Oh, that's why all the counter wards are littered in the mid lane. I didn't realize that. So they actually get their gem back. That was just like.
I swear there was another one.
It might be. When they engaged at the tier 1, bad play. And they engaged at the tier 2, that was the right play because Evil Geniuses were actually coming back up. Their death timers were low enough that it was the right time to force that fight. So, good read. The mid tier 1 was just like an unnecessary play. Evil Geniuses don't need to take risks like that in order to win this game. Unfortunately, LGD did manage to defend high ground well enough and then consequently pushed out, got another pick off, another team fight happens, but it's on EG's side of the map that they're not able to make use of that Aegis. And LGD have, once again, just like their match against Game 2 against MVP, they've drawn the game out, and that is really dangerous. You cannot afford to make any of these simple mistakes against a team like LGD because they, when they have this better late game,
double damage,
will just use that one mistake to be the reason that you won't do as well the next team fight. You won't be able to close out the game as fast, and the next thing you know, you're 55 minutes in, and LGD are now pushing to their side despite being 2 lanes of racks down.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
LGD, sorry, Toby's just too loud, guys.
It's true.
Yeah, his voice can penetrate my eardrums better than
The seeds of fortune.
Wildly inappropriate way to describe that.
Yeah. That's how I do it.
I did that intentionally.
you know me too well.
They're gonna find the other ward, LGD, losing all map vision. Yeah. Well, that's one way to do it. I was like, they just don't have vision uphill. They're gonna have to bring their courier out, cause or somebody's gonna have to blink up there. Anyways, like, no, guys, I gotta help.
Healing water, that works.
I'll throw the healing ward up there.
Well, so what vision do you have? Like,
none.
Yeah, it's actually literally none.
Yeah.
Like, compared to the Radiant vision, but even then, like, EG's vision isn't that great either. They got one observer ward, which is next to the Dire secret shop. And, okay, they put one in the mid lane. They put one smack bang in the mid lane. But they also have the other advantage. Bottom lane's always pushing in because the super creeps down here.
Yeah, there should always be one lane that's pushing. Sure. That is just. You don't want to be in this situation, but that is the risk he has to take. He maybe is the only person who can push out. You can't let all the lanes. You can't just sit inside your base and let all the lanes push into you. That offers EG a wealth of opportunities to initiate on you and close out the game. So you have to always make sure that one of these lanes are pushed out. It does. Yeah, you can try.
But you just, I don't know if you just saw what Bulba did with his treants. He took him to the bottom lane, dragged the creep wave over, started to attack him, so now he actually gets a double creep wave pushing him through the bottom at LGD.
Yeah.
It's not even a hero commitment to EG in order to push LGD back inside their base, while AUY, Skadi is done, Diffusal is done, he'll probably buy the second level 2 because he's down to 2 charges on that thing. Sumail is staring down the barrel of having himself a scythe in just a bit.
And the reason you push out these side lanes as the Ember Spirit, like it comes at a risk, and people will be like, but why would you do that? You could just sit in your base and slide a fist every creep wave that comes uphill. But the thing is, if you do that play, yeah, it's very simple. It's like you'll see it in pubs. It happens all the time. The thing is, at an advanced level like this, evil geniuses will recognize what you're doing. They'll keep themselves really spread out. They'll out-farm you. They'll have all the map control in the world. They'll take another Roshan. They'll get another Aegis, get cheese, and then they'll reach a point where before you were 7,500 gold behind or something like that, and then they'll be 20k gold ahead. They'll make 20k into 30k gold ahead until they're so far ahead of you that it just doesn't matter if you have better late game. They'll just go straight uphill no matter what.
Fine, I'm turning myself back up again.
Warriors of the wood.
The entire chat.
Come on, guys.
The entire chat.
Come on, guys. You know that's not the right play.
that is the play.
You know, like in like TeamSpeak or something, where you have individual user volume control. Like if I had that in real life for Toby, I would turn him down a couple of decibels.
It's negative 10 decibels, boys and girls. I ever tell you the story of like when he was back in the I had the police calling me a couple of times because I thought I left the TV on full blast, listening to sports channels. And then my house was one of those hospital meters inside my room, and I actually capped the level, which is why I was standing in front of it.
Roshan has fallen to the down. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Myself hearing down, let alone all the people who get locked in a room with me when they have to cast with me.
LGD managed to get in a Roshan, so that
is wow. AUY, the double sprint is there, right? Who do you want to go on? Oh, MMY! The Sonic Wave is there for Spell Finish the job. And again, this Omni-Slash balancing from doing some serious work. Xiaowei has some nice life back with the Ravage that's been hit nicely. There's 2 heroes down to LGD. One has become immortal again. The Nova going to work, but Fear and Bulba all over it. They bring down the Phoenix, and now aggressive. Locked in position. BKB, PPD, Fiend Script, making that life steal do almost nothing until finally he is released from the grip. PPD is on the run, but LGD now start to show their strength. They'll bring down 4. Sumail has managed to escape to the north. But, well, LGD, that Aegis gave them a little bit more time.
Yeah, I can't believe Evil Geniuses, in some ways, you can understand it. You don't want to let this game dwindle on another 5 minutes, so it's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. Fight into the Aegis, or you give LGD just kind of free time to farm and maybe even give them the time and having the Aegis to be able to set the tempo of the game and be the ones who push aggressively into you and maybe get the initiation on you. So they choose to take that fight. Obviously, they get it starts off pretty well, but they get demolished inevitably. It's the Fiend's grip that actually costs them so many of their lives. Just like at the top lane, actually, it's very similar, where PPD makes a good play where he's like, I've got a good Fiend's grip, but it ends up drawing some of the members of Evil Geniuses back into a fight that they do end up losing quite dramatically. They could have actually escaped with some decent trades there, actually. But Juggernaut, Furion both go back in, lose their lives. Now because of that, LGD take a tier 2.
Also going to start to repair the big part of this event EG has. I dare say it's not a 40k swing, but it could definitely get there eventually.
Yeah,
it's on the way.
It's a good start, that's for sure. And now Evil Geniuses.
It's not so much. They put the sentries down. Okay, they can see the observer wall, but they can't do much about it. Like, they're getting back. There's no reason to fight. Wait 22 seconds, they can go.
Right. Evil Geniuses, they can still win fights, by the way. They can still win fights. I'm just trying to imagine how the fight goes. I don't think the Doom can ever rely on the Doom on the Ember Spirit, just because of the Lincolns. It's just a bit too difficult. He would have to swap out his Pack Leader's aura for the Purge Creep, and that still has an animation to it, so you have 2 spells that you have to cast back-to-back that have animation in order to get a Doom on Ember Spirit, and that is still really tough. So I don't think we can rely on that. I think he still dooms up the Tidehunter or the Lifestealer.
Never refuse gold given.
Targets. If you doom up the Lifestealer, you can use Nature's Prophet to sprout and control the Lifestealer. If not, then that means Bane has to always use BKB and ult the Lifestealer to give the control there. That's like the ideal initiation, right? And then from there, you somehow hope that Juggernaut's able to output enough damage that he kills the Lifestealer while he's doomed up or controlled by Fiend's Grip, and then hope that by the time you finish that, maybe hasn't killed the rest of your team with his Battle Fury Cleaves.
You have a lot of hope being thrown into every single scenario.
Yeah. I mean, it's getting pretty rough. But if they can do that once, they're back in control of this game on the verge of ending it once again. But meantime, LGD are growing more and more of an advantage to their favor, even if the metrics don't say it is just yet. This is the power of better late game.
There's also the fact, like, EG can't go up into the base of LGD without killing them beforehand.
Yeah.
Because Ember's got everything, right? He's always going to have positioning. Soon he'll be dropping this gem and picking up another item. Interested to see what his choice is going to be for that, because he's already got the defensive Lincoln Sphere. The Gem of True Sight hasn't been too bad. Obviously, now he knows if the Doombringer is coming for him.
Right, exactly.
But, like, do you give that up? Like, because if you don't, like,
no.
Fear could be waiting in the wings of a side lane while you're trying to push it out. You almost need to have that kind of detection.
Yeah, if it's straight up from Invis, there is a very likely chance that he gets off the Purge animation, because you don't break Invis until the animation is complete. So all of a sudden, Lincoln's pops, and then you have like a half second to hit your defensive jump away to Remnant before the Doom finishes its animation and you get controlled. So I think it's better for him just to hold on to the gem. Much safer play.
Starts the BKB with a brain tap, and then Wise down low. Samel will jump up, gets talking over on September. And Lion, finally you're going to have that Lifestealer jump down. Samel isolates the back lines, having a little bit of help coming in from Bulba with that Omni Slash. They're able to get through one. Xiaowei doomed up, so you won't have his help in this game. And they infest him.
Nice save!
Blink away, maybe
Dire's middle
saving
tower
his teammate, carrying him out. The full Uber medic right.
Holy cow, that was a really good save there from LGD, because that fight, it was playing out kind of like the way I was describing it. They got the tomb on the tie. The Fiend script, don't think it like lasted very long. I think it was just like the lion pop-out heist or whatever. But the thing that I didn't actually talk about, Sumail getting the Orchid onto the Phoenix before the Supernova or Sunray, that really helped make sure the fight went the way of Evil Geniuses, and there wasn't an opportunity for counter initiation from LGD.
It's the amount of fights, like if you look back through them, like the amount of fights where you don't have Tide Ravage, you do not have Phoenix.
Yeah.
Like, you get like Sumail's control on Phoenix and Fear's control over on the Tide Hunter. This just makes the fights warm, and then instantly they attack into the mid-racks. Doesn't go any further than that, but they get the buyback coming out from Xiao Wei. I don't think Xiao Wei is too concerned. He's already like rolling in the money as a Tide Hunter, so it's not that bad. It's just bad having it on cooldown for 6 minutes.
I wonder why they why Evil Geniuses chose to take that fight, because you know LGD are smoked there. You know they're 5 minutes most likely, right? With that kind of scan, you plan for the worst. I wonder why they chose to take the fight. It obviously worked out, but it was in part thanks to their initiation just happened to be better, despite LGD should have been able to get like decent Ravagers and stuff. I think maybe the proximity to their base was actually why EG took that fight. They're like, okay, if we're going to take any fight, let's take a fight where we can buy back on whoever ends up going out first. That might have been the reason. Unfortunately, they won it well enough that they didn't need to, because I was like very much perplexed when PPD started going. I was just like, what? I was like, don't you just back away from that? But
it seemed but at the same time, like that's one of those few times you're probably going to have like more information that LGD knows you do. Like when you get the scan like that, you understand they're going to rotate down. They're obviously smoke ganking when they move like that. So you glimmer cape yourself forward. Like, what is the chance that PPD actually dies when he has the vision advantage coming in through glimmer cape? You know he's got BKB. Brain Sap makes him insanely tanky as well. Like, and it's that straight lockdown which forces a reaction ability out from LGD. The ones which then do not get used on Prophet, Quapper, or Juggernaut. Literally everyone. Oh. And LGD now, they're trying to wait for Roshan. Maybe he's inside the pit. They've got another minute before Roshan's up. Unfortunately for maybe those two. And Xiao Wei, okay, that is the most obvious bait ever. Moving forward. Okay, now you got the extra help from maybe, no longer present bait.
oh, they try and go for the initiation with the MMY, but maybe kind of spooks Juggernaut.
That Hector from maybe the Ravage from Xiao Wei, being its BKB off, so does Sumail. They're trying to pick up AUI on that back line. It's maybe who's the one who's in trouble. Down for 2 minutes, the Fiend script. Aggressive, isolated. The rest of his team, they're leaving him for dead. Aggressive will go down. You've lost your life steal, you've lost your round. How do you buy back? This has been right.
Yep, it is. That might be the end of the game. Ember Spirit somehow has to defend as the sole damage dealer.
This is not going to be an easy task for him with a Sunray out. They try and burst through Fear. Now the Omni Slash all on Xiao Wei with a Sonic Wave help switched off with the 4-star back. Even the Omni Slash reaches the line, and there it is. GG, LGD tried the defense, it failed, and now they know game 1 is in the bag for EG. 48 minutes it took to do it, but EG take it.
Yeah, that was definitely really well played by Evil.